Alrighty, we are starting our weekend Wheel #2 stream. I'm going to be quiet for a moment because I'm just setting some stuff up on my computer before I get into the nitty gritty here. So I'm just going to be sharing the stream out to a couple places and stuff like that. So I'm going to just pull up my stream really quickly, get a nice link here. So I'm going to just pull up my Skype. Perfect. I'm just going to share this to a couple places really quickly, and then we can start with getting this wheel set up and painting. What the heck was that noise? Okay, just probably gonna share my link a couple more places here. What's going on, Libby? You gonna be grumpy that I'm on my grind here? Hello, Libby. What's up, Libby? That's my dog. Just talking to my dog, setting some stuff up. Sharing my link to just a couple places. It'll just be a moment. Okay, just about to get at it here. Just have one place I'm going to share this and then I'll be getting onto it. Top tier page refresh poll. You flatter me, Crispy. You must refresh YouTube as much as I do. I just have like one last place I'm going to post this, just my personal Facebook account. Not my personal, my like Bastion alters. I don't really use Facebook personally. Okay, there we go. Now, one thing, I do have to tape these all down. I'm starting a little bit later than I was intending to, just because there's a lot of back end setting something like this up. I need my scissors really quick. Alright, so I'm going to have to make a whole bunch of double back tape here. This might take a moment, but oh well. I'm going to try basing the cards with some acrylic marker today to speed up that part of the process. I forgot to do any like kind of like hype up yesterday or the days prior to this. I didn't know if I was going to do it this weekend just because my girlfriend was on vacation all of last weekend. I didn't know if she had big plans kind of come back this week, and get up to some craziness, but I think she wants to be more or less low-key. And we're gonna go to the movies tomorrow, or Sunday actually. Setting up a painting station each time you want to paint minis was enough to put you off of it. So yeah, setting up streaming, it's like everything is user friendly, but there's still like a lot of like levers to pull, right? So I go to YouTube and then I edit the stream description, and then I have to open up Droid Cam on my camera or on my phone, right? Because that's a lot better quality than using a webcam. Then I gotta sync Droid Cam with OBS, and then move that around. And then one thing I've found out lately that I do, this is like a super pro tip. You just get like a piece of glass and you can see where your hot spots in your light are, right? So of course the camera's going to capture the card flat like this. So you just make sure you don't have any reflections when you put the glass right down the card. I don't want to do it right now because I might move it and screw it up. But yeah, use a little pane of glass and then you can see all your reflections in your light and all your hot spots, and it just really helps so much. But yeah, I do that, and I re-angle my lights every time. You know, the dream is you set it up once and it just stays perfect, but that's not how the world seemingly works. So I set up all my lights, and then of course I have to set up my wet palette. I have to get some paper on there. So yeah, it's a lot of setup. Last time I think I went like 13 hours or something, but then if you consider like the setup time and everything, surely it's, you know, another hour at least. And I'm not trying to get them like right in the same card spots as last time, but it is a pretty decent little guide. And I pretty much always tape my cards the same way, just one at the top, one at the bottom. And I actually use my brush to like roll the tape to make the loops, because my fingers are a little chubby. Otherwise it's a little tricky. Let's go grab this one. The only time I tape differently is when I'm doing a double side card. After you've done kind of like your first side, you have to like tape just some place you haven't painted. I haven't done like a full art double side card yet, so if I did that, I have no idea how I would do it. All the perfect outline of each card, or it'll just be complete wackiness. I want to get like a marble wheel so I could like wash it off in between, but the Facebook aunts were trying to wheel and deal me too much. Pun not really intended, but yeah, they were firm on the pricing, the Facebook aunties. Mean hagglers. So I ended up selling for this like dollar store, Walmart wheel, whatever. And it's just got like a vinyl, like a sheet on it. Oh, I need to cut some more. Sheesh. Uh-oh. My dog's feeling vicious. Uh-oh. Oh. Lovely, lovely. Gotta remember to put a big 1 on one of these. so I know where I start. This one kind of worries me. It's kind of like chill because it's, you know, kind of like a vibey background as opposed to a super detailed one. But sometimes these pinks and purples can throw me through a loop. I guess we'll just kind of see what happens here. I've committed at this point. Also see how this goes with like my girlfriend in the apartment when she gets home from work. She's probably gonna come in and like bug me and make an appearance and say stuff like, "Oh, are you talking with your little friends?" Stuff like that. She likes to embarrass me when she can. Alright. Excellent. Just one more to tape down here. Yeah, it's got huge potential. You just gotta try to live up to it. Right, it's a Sam Gway art, so to my knowledge that's Rebecca Gway's son, I believe. Rebecca Gway. I never know how to pronounce it. I usually say Gway. Yeah, she's said a few times she is proud of me, and you know, it's pretty nice to hear and have kind of like that supporting partner in your life. It's really nice. Speaking of which, congrats once again, Crispy, on your upcoming wedding. I know you said you're nervous, but I'm sure it'll go without a hitch. You seem like a pretty chill duder, so I imagine that your partner is quite similar in that way. I'm just gonna look at my thing, make sure each one kind of fits if I get it aligned here. With that kind of like middle part. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Yeah, it's looking pretty decent here. Just gotta make sure I keep it lined up or it's gonna look a little funny. I just want to check one last thing. This will just be one moment. Oh, nice. Just checking how that YouTube vertical looked, but it looks pretty good, I think. All right, let's put my scissors away so they're out of the way. My wet palette is nice and wet. Let's get after it. So today I'm doing Impulse on the weekend wheel. This is a card that sees play in a lot of formats. I think this art is the most gorgeous printing of Impulse, in my opinion. It's my favorite, so I wanted to do this one. And I think it's got a lot of character to it. I think we can do some kind of like fun frame breaking stuff with it. So that's what we're going to do. I've actually been using a different brush more lately than this one. I've already cleaned off the cards as well. Typically that's my step one, but I already did that. So I'm going to be leaving the little blue border on this one. On the Teferi's, what was it? Teferi's Time Twist. Some I actually left the border on and some I got rid of it. I think by the end I was just painting a little haphazardly. It's quite a long day of painting, 15 hours. I've also made a change to my lighting setup. I'm using like an LED panel that often like streamers will use. But the nice thing is I can set the exact like color temperature of the light. So I have it to 52 Kelvins right now. Typically they say painting is best between 5,000 Kelvins and 5,500. So I kind of tweaked around and took a look, and I was really liking it at 52. I'm going to use a different brush. I've been having a lot of chill times with this brush. It's a really cheap like artist I don't even know what it is. It says artist series, but this is like a brush that you get in like a 10 pack from like Michael's or somewhere for like 12 bucks, but I have no idea why. It's just holding its point really nicely, and the brush is super soft, so it's really good for these base layers because you know it's not gonna like peel your other layers off. Crispy P says we've booked our last vendor midweek, got a videographer that we like. That's awesome. It's good to work with people that you get along with and that you like, right? It makes things a little easier. Meowsy Dancer says that's a lot of impulses. Yeah, we got 8 on the wheel. A couple play sets. We get anyone who plays a play set of these, it might just go just like that. Choom. I doubt it though. I still have most of the cards from last wheel still. But part of it is like bulking up kind of what I have available in my store. It's kind of not sad per se, but it's kind of unfortunate when someone like buys one of the cards on my store and then I can't offer that to anyone else again, especially right now. It's just kind of tricky in Canada because the postal strike is going on and most stores still use Canada Post. So like I've got one order I need to fulfill and I'm just like waiting for a card to come in the mail. Some of my commissions have been slowed down by that as well. I try to get like cards local to me, but a lot of times the stores local to me just don't have that big of a selection, right? Especially people are often commissioning, popular cards. Oops, I think I was off my mark a little bit. My apologies. I'm going to try this with crayons. I mean, it can be done. I would suggest maybe trying to white out. If you really want, like if you're not just memeing, the best way would be to white it out somehow and then kind of go for it with crayons, right? But like, it's not impossible, and I bet if someone like really talented did it with crayons, they could probably produce something that a lot of people are like wowed by, right? I need to thin down this paint a little bit for this first layer, or this is going to take a long time. There we go. The first layer, it's like I just put it on super fast and loose usually. The thing is, especially with these modern cards, they're treated with like a little waxy substance on them so that it kind of like repels water, right? Which is good. That means your cards aren't going to get water damaged as easily, but also kind of like repels the water in the paint. So basically what you want to do, or what I do at least, it may not be true for everyone, is I just put on like a very thin layer of paint, and if it doesn't stick to everything, that's fine. Essentially paint is like water, some small amount, and then it's like glue, right? The binder, you can just think of it as glue, and then the color, the pigment. So I'm just putting on like a very watery layer, and then that water will dry up, and then it'll just be like kind of like a layer of glue since it's very thin. And then that glue, everything else will stick to, and it will stick to the card once the water portion of it is gone. So that's why I always like go really just a very thin little base layer, just to have something that the rest of the paint will stick to. I get so many comments like if I'm using something, and no, it's just my regular acrylic paint that I'm using. I did, when I first started altering, I used like a gesso, but it adds a lot of thickness. We got some hype for Sea Shanty 2, one of the classics, right? That's what I say. The RuneScape music is like candy to the millennials. At least the ones that grew up playing RuneScape, for sure. Like myself. Everyone else probably just thinks it's chill vibes, but there's a history there. Yeah, sorry about that dog jump scare. She's hey Libby, shh. RuneScape Lo-Fi, this is ORS Beats. So that's ORS Beats with a Z. If you want to see it like very easily, I believe in the description of my previous live streams I've tagged them. I don't know why I make it harder on myself. I was like go back and tag it after the stream instead of just like having it in my one of my documents I kind of copy and paste from. I don't know why I make it harder for myself, but I do. But yeah, any of my previous streams, it's on there. And then what I did is they have a Spotify. So I went and I downloaded it from their Spotify because it's just, you know, higher quality than listening on YouTube. And I'm playing it via like a VLC on my computer. So it should be just a little higher than quality than listening it to on YouTube. Although I'm sure the coding like compresses it a bit. The coding for the streaming, that is. But yeah, I got like all the lo-fi ones, but I think they also do like a series of like trap beats and stuff like that as well. And they do other games too. It's not just all RuneScape all the time. I'm gonna open up yeah, I'm just opening up OBS there so that I can kind of look over and take a peek and make sure I have the card kind of in frame when I'm painting. It's gonna be not so fun to watch if the card's never in frame. So I can get a little peek, make sure it's good. I'm using kind of like a different camera setup this time too. Not a different camera, just a different positioning of it. I had it like far more overhead with like a top-down angle. And this time it's got like a bit of an angle to it, so the cards are a little skewed like that, but it should be okay. But after this kind of like first layer, then I'm gonna go base with acrylic marker. And you can see kind of how much faster that goes. It's like supersonic speed compared to basing with the white. But just like how that first layer of paint doesn't like to stick so much, it's the same thing with the acrylic markers. But since they go on a lot with a lot more opacity, then the disparity between where it sticks and where it decides to kind of like wick away, it's kind of a little bit too much. So I still always do one very light layer of basing with just white paint before I go into that usually. And sometimes I'll base with other colors. It all depends on what's going on in the art, but we've got a lot of kind of like light colors going on here. So it's going to be white for today. So on the last weekend wheel stream, at the very end of it, I opened like just an Aether Drift pack I had lying around, and I opened that. I don't even know what the name of the card is. Like a red-blue kind of like dual land, and I had no clue that it was like basically the most expensive like non-special treatment card in the set. And meanwhile, I was like talking about the commons and like which you know, Pauper Commander decks I might play the commons in. Meanwhile, I open like, you know, it's like a $22, I think, American card, so that's like probably close to $30 Canadian. And I was just going on about I was just going on about how like the freaking, I don't know, max speed works in Pauper. Who knows what I was going on about. The Verge lands, the Verge lands cycle. I should pop that into a sleeve. I pretty much never have like good luck with pack openings, so I just never buy packs. Maybe that's just like my own perception, but it feels true. But lately I pulled that Verge land, and then like the pack before that I cracked where is it? I don't even know where I put it. I don't know where it is, but it's from like Foundations, the vampire that's basically like exquisite blood. And that's like a pretty expensive card too. So I've had some really good luck lately. I don't know why. I mean, I guess it's just random. And I kind of like reorganized my whole room that I'm streaming from now. And despite reorganizing it, I don't know where anything is now. Before I could probably just like reach out and grab the thing I was looking for. Now I actually have to look around to see where I put it. Last night I was up till 2 a.m. a little past 2 a.m. painting, because since I'm going to be doing this all day, I need a card to upload for tomorrow. So I needed to paint a full card yesterday to get there. My girlfriend's like, stop putting these like random deadlines on yourself. You don't need to upload a short every 2 days. And I'm like, I need it. I'm like SpongeBob. I need it. But yeah, here's a little spoiler of what I'm uploading tomorrow. It's Calamex, right? I don't want to put it all the way down. I guess I can. It'll be fine. If it marks the back, I clean that up, right? So yeah, it's just a Calamex with a little bit of added flair there. That's what's going up tomorrow. And you can kind of see when the light hits it before it's finished there, you can kind of see those edges of the paint. But once I put the varnish on that, it kind of blends the shiny cardstock with the matte paint, and it gives them the same finish. That blends right up. Also, just putting just a normal sleeve on it helps blend them together, because then it all kind of reflects light the way the sleeve is reflecting the light. Yeah, so that's a kind of a fun little one. It's actually pretty quick to paint too. I want to have him like shooting a big beam out of his mouth, but I decided to have a little bit more restraint. I don't know. I just couldn't decide how I wanted it to look. And like I was saying in the comments the other day, I feel like less is more sometimes, right? Because I feel like if I make him shooting a giant laser beam, I could like give him like googly eyes or something crazy, and you know, people might like that. But I like to kind of like stick with the vibe of the card. And if I'm going to add something, I try not to go too all out unless kind of like my clients want it. That's why typically the cards I paint for myself, I have like almost no effects over the text box usually. That and I don't have the greatest memory for every effect in the game with like 30,000 unique cards. But there are certainly cards like a lightning bolt that I can remember. Classic cards I can remember. And then that's usually when I'll do a full art. So I don't do that many full arts, but I have one of like Vault of Whispers because it's just tap black and it's an artifact, right? Artifact land. I've got one for Lightning Bolt. I have one for Grixis Panorama. That one's got like a bit of words to it, but it's very simple. You can crack it for either a swamp, mountain, or island basic, enters tapped, or you can tap it for a colorless. So that's a really good land. The Panorama Cycle and Pauper Commander, because it gives you the flexibility of fixing your mana, but also it comes in kind of untapped for generic mana. So as long as you're not like too pip hungry, you can use it to kind of stay on curve, and then you could hold up interaction, and if you don't need it, then you know, end step before your turn, you crack it, fix your lands, and play whatever you need to play. So yeah, I almost have everything with this like initial very light kind of almost just applying glue to the card. I'm not, it's acrylic paint of course, but there is kind of glue in the binder of the card, and that's kind of the whole point of this first layer, is just to get that on so everything else will stick. And then usually when I'm altering one card, I have to put that layer on and then wait like 10 minutes or so before I kind of move forward. But when you're doing 8 cards at once, turns out you don't have to wait too long. Just checking my camera, making sure I'm in the frame properly here. I think this one I could fix up a little bit. Let's see here. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Yeah, just want to make sure it's straight. I have kind of some lines on my board underneath the wheel that I kind of line the edge of the card with, and that's how I keep it in frame for that kind of little magnified center thing. And if anyone tunes in with like a vertical stream on their phone, the card should be nicely in frame of the vertical version of the stream as well, as long as I keep it kind of within those lines. So it was like a bit of pre-planning before I started all this. There's a lot of factors to consider. And then that's of course why I started a little bit later than I intended. I wanted to go 3 my time, and it ended up being closer to 3:30. But I wasn't too pressured because I forgot to put out like a post or whatever saying what time I was going to go live. I figured I'd just run it out there without a post, see kind of if the post is actually that helpful or if they're kind of like spammy. I never try to spam, I only try to post them when I have something worth saying, in my opinion. I feel like Soul Rings, Counter Spells, Lightning Bolts, all the classic staples are great for those complete full art alters because everyone knows what they do. Yeah, exactly. I see a lot of people, they'll alter a Soul Ring and they'll leave the little like add to, and it sticks out a lot. I think it's way cleaner to just not have that there. It's a Soul Ring, right? But yeah, whenever I see like a full art Soul Ring and they like leave that little tiny bit of text, like no offense to the artist, usually it's people who are like just starting alter cards, I noticed, but it always sticks out so much. If you're gonna leave text, also, like, in my opinion, you gotta float it. You can't like have a box around it. It's just a personal thing. I don't like that aesthetic. Alright, so we're back to card 1, and I'm just gonna put a little thing on card 1 here. Oh heck yeah, Altered by Alters is in here. Hello, yeah, these are gonna look good. Yeah, I took your advice and I went with the Impulse. I'm too susceptible to to the opinions of others, perhaps. No, like I knew these would look good, it's just kind of scary, right? We got kind of Gwei in the name, or gay, right? Sam Gwei, gay. Which is a little spooky for me. I don't know why. It's just kind of like a little mental thing I have. And where do I have a marker somewhere? Oh, I have these alcohol markers I can use. This will be number 1. Full art instants are also a DCI promo staple. I've left the box before on full art, but only when it kind of like makes sense from a design perspective. The box I was referring to, kind of like depending on when you came in, is just like having like a box around like a word, right? Whereas I prefer to just like get real close and then, you know, float the text. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, it all depends. If it makes sense from a design perspective, it makes sense. Okay, well now that Alters by Alters is in here, I can whip out my acrylic marker, right? So it's just an acrylic Sharpie marker. It is crazy because last time I did this, my like cleanup phase after I painted, I started doing some of it like on stream, but I was like, yo, we're done. But the next morning after I woke up from a decent nap, aka sleep, it took like another almost 2 hours to clean all the cards up. Oh my god, markers, yeah, I thought you might like that. I still wanted to get that first layer of paint down just to make sure the markers stick to it uniformly. The acrylic paint markers. Because otherwise, kind of like with the newer cards, they can still pool, right? Then I find like I need like a little bit of paint on top of the markers to like get back to the paint interacting the way I'm used to it. But yeah, I'm gonna do this just to speed up the little bordering bit here. It's gonna be like have a little phase where it's like 8 white border impulses. Ah, look away if you don't like white borders. Yeah, perfect, good. So we're kind of on the same page. Do just like a little kind of like brush basing and then get a layer that this will stick to, right? That's at least what I like to do. When you're doing 8 cards, it'll still take a while though. I will say the markers, they feel a lot better when you can like rotate the card for my straight lines here. Changing all your cards to white border. He's a madman, help us, save us. He's a madman, help us, save us. Little Spy Kids reference for the fellow olds in the chat. A chrome mox and a mox amber. Where the hell do you find these deranged clients? Sorry if that's a little harsh. Sorry, but I call it like I see it. It's crazy, like I don't even like play with really expensive cards, and then there's like people here like doing the wildest stuff to them. I'm like budget through and through, baby. You want to like tilt your opponent off like your first play. Now I like some white borders, but all white borders is wacky wild stuff. Oh yeah, if you're gonna go all white borders, I would probably, or if you're whiteboarding even just a single card, the marker is a pretty good way to go. Just like I started, do a little brush layer, then do your marker, and then maybe a couple layers of that, so that's pretty solidly white, and then the little kind of indicators between the strokes you can go back over with your brush and kind of get a uniform white. Yeehaw, cowboy. I was gonna post this stream to like the altered subreddit. I messaged the mods and they never reply. So I was like, well, that means I could probably sneak it in there, but I decided not to. I think I'm just gonna like do it kind of like fast and loose, and then like resign myself that I'm gonna have to do a bunch of cleanup later. And that later will probably be like off stream. Alright, that's 2. These bullet tips are really good for pointillism, dotting, building layers, but brush tips will cover instantly with no gaps. Okay. I think I might have a brush tip somewhere. Just give me one moment. Uh-oh. Where did I put all this crap? Oh, here we go. What are you? This is... Ooh, the brush tip has a little shaky bit in it. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. We're doing some experimentation here. Yeah, that's a lot cleaner too. Yeah, these ones, I already had these ones, but these ones I could find not on Amazon, so I didn't feel bad when I purchased them, but seems like the only place I can find the colored ones is on Amazon, and as a rule, I typically just don't purchase from Amazon. Maybe like next commission I get the money from, maybe I'll buy them from. I'll spend the extra money just to avoid Amazon and pick them up somewhere. But my last commission money I went to buying some new lighting. It's funny, I find a lot of stuff to to spend my commission money on. Don't ever really pocket it. It usually goes right back into this whole venture. It's kind of fun, like every time I source some cards, like I'm always getting more. I bought like a couple hundred cards last week with like my commission money too. Well, actually that was from like a store credit I had. I had this Rayquaza I like pulled from my brief stint playing Pokemon, and like I said, I'm not really a pack cracker. It's just, you know, I don't know, like it must have been like some sort of pre-release event or some prizing from playing. I can't remember. But this Rayquaza I had, I traded it in for like 300 Canadian, and I've been like floating on that store credit for like 4 or 5 months now. Whenever I need to put in an order for some more magic cards to paint. But I try to do big orders because unfortunately the shipping from that company is brutal. Studio K is in here. Nice. Hello K. If you happen to have brush tip, yeah, I'm using the brush tip now. It's nice. Good rule, the bigger the company is, the more likely that evil is involved. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's just a size thing, but the size definitely is a factor. Some of these spots where I'm pooling a little bit. Busy yapping. On a Hobbit booster box? Yo, wait, Hobbit? Like a pre-order then. Let's go. Are we making like good time? I can't tell. I'm just like kind of like zoning out a little bit. Just yapping, looking at chat. I'm starting the industrial revolution of Alterist over here. I'm gonna actually own like a warehouse, and I'm just gonna hire all y'all with the wheel setups, painting full time. We're actually just gonna make our own TCG. We'll make our own TCG. Imagine that, a TCG, every card is painted. Sheesh, that'd be wild. That would be unsustainable, I'm afraid. Yeah, I feel like yeah, as far as like evil goes, you know, it's just like the classic thing where, you know, power attracts people who like to abuse power, right? So you can have power in a small role, you can have power in a big role, right? Spend a lot of time, you know, my career as, you know, department manager in the retail space, and I see people who gravitate to wanting to be a manager, they usually have the least good intentions once they become a manager. It's crazy how often I'm a manager, now I don't have to wear the uniform, I can be on my phone all day, blah blah blah, this, that, the third. Oh, I don't have to punch out for my breaks anymore. Well, I guess I'll take twice as many breaks for twice as long. And that's just like the smallest amount of like misusing your power, right? Whereas like my intention when I'm the manager is I'm going to take care of my team, take care of my people. I'm going to find ways to make the job easier for everyone. That's kind of how it ought to be. Ding, ding. Oh, my line here. Do, 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 do. The whole point is to get rid of these lines. Goodbye. And over here as well. Do, do, do. And the brush tip is really nice. Gotta admit, the brush tip is pretty nice. Costco Clan. Costco's alright. My girlfriend grew up with being like a Costco family. I feel like Costco is just like anywhere else. Sometimes you save money and sometimes it's actually more expensive. So some people, they go to Costco and they turn off their brain and they just think they're getting a deal all the time, but you know, not everything is a deal at Costco. You still have to be a smart shopper, but like I said, some people just turn off their brain, assume they're getting the best deal, and just start spending immense amounts of money. But as far as you know, how the companies ran, it seems quite any kind of words I'm thinking, it seems decently moral. Let's say that. Let's be safe and just say decently moral. Yeah, but their ethos is still good. It's up to the buyer to be smart with the pricing. What is it? What do you mean by ethos? Is that what I'm saying, where they seem decently moral? I mean, Costco always had, for example, they didn't really use shopping bags, right? All that plastic waste. They always had the boxes that you could use, right? So that's you know, a decently moral thing to do. Pass is never cheap. My favorite thing at Costco was the pesto. Have you ever had Costco pesto? God, it's awesome. And it used to be so cheap. You used to get a decent sized bottle for $6.99 Canadian, and I think it's almost doubled at this point. It's up to $12.99 or maybe even $13.99. But it tastes really nice. Which reminds me, it's about time. Every year I grow a whole, I fill my balcony up with as much basil as I can grow, and then I make a ton of pesto at the end of the season, and kind of throughout the season I make some. So it's about time. I think we might have finally got our last snow in Edmonton. So it might be time to plant my pesto, my basil, that is. Pesto pasta for dinner every day for the rest of my life. Same honestly. I've got that thing where I could eat the same food every day at the same time and I would not be bothered. My girlfriend needs more variance in her diet to stay engaged with it, but there've been times in my life, especially when I'm single, that I just eat the same thing every day like clockwork. And the most in shape I ever was in my life, I eat a frozen pizza every day. Well, my girlfriend's home, so that means it's time for a quick bark from the dog. Belinda, I'm streaming. Don't say anything damning. I said I'm streaming. Don't say anything damning. Don't cancel yourself, okay?
Just said 4.
I know. Just a warning for any future sayings. How'd Werewolf go?
Played 1 round.
Was it fun? Did you get the rules right?
Yeah, I guess.
For everyone curious, kind of every Friday, my girlfriend's company team, they do a Friday fun day, and we'll usually try to do a fun little event at the office for the last hour or so of the Friday. kind of shake it up a little bit, celebrate the weekend. So this week they decide to play a game of werewolf. Did you split into 2 pods?
No, just one.
Just one big one? How many people?
No, I didn't count.
Like 15? 10?
Yeah, less than that.
Okay. Just finished your Friday night magic? How'd it go? Collective has met all the White Wolf writing team for those TTRPGs. Nice. They were at the LARP. Seems like if you live in the States, you're way more likely to meet kind of the movers and shakers. We don't make that much in Canada, frankly. And this stage of the process is really good for turning your brain off. Just getting my edge here. What's up?
The earth is flat.
Okay. Damn. Am I getting canceled for that or just you?
It's representative of you.
How? Am I platforming you? Okay, look at my girlfriend's nails. Actually, they look really nice. Oh, they're in the little magnified part too.
Yeah.
So sparkly. I decked myself in one of the games. Not my best night, but so fun. Listen, I would take that any day. In a commander game with 100 cards? That's impressive. That's an alt win condition. You just don't technically win. But you do win. Studio K in the chat, Belinda. Liked your nails a lot. Amazing. Love them. I've got this LED panel right beside my phone, and weirdly enough, this LED panel, despite being LEDs, gets really hot, so I'm afraid that the phone might blow up at some point. But I think it should be good. It's an iPhone, right? I think all those phones with the exploding batteries are like Samsungs usually. I'll probably not get blowed up. It's because I had Bolus's Citadel and some other black card draw cards, and I went too crazy. Unlimited cosmic power. That'd be like a... Well, I was gonna say Jafar's Citadel, but it's actually the genie who says that line in Aladdin. The genie Citadel? Hell yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna quickly fix this line while it's still wet. easy mode there with that one. Nose button limited. Okay, if you're looking for lower dollar increment for pre-made alters, consider adoptables. I'm putting little chibi guys on highly used cheap cards at the moment for $20 each. They seem successful. What does that mean? What does that mean? What is adoptables? Is that another game? Lower dollar increment for pre-made alters. What's a pre-made alter? It's just like you make it and then you sell in a shop, like these ones will be. Oops, I'm out of frame. My apologies. Do dee do dee 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 do dee. Impulse. Just little adoptable guys with names in their themes. Oh, wait. I'm still confused. So, like, you paint just like a random card, but like you make a character on it and you call it like, this is like Fuzzy Butt, you can adopt him. Like this kind of thing? Just like a way to reframe like someone picking up an altar from you. Or is like adoptables like a pre-existing IP? Yippee-ki-yay. You're gonna send me a pic of one on Discord, okay. It's not an IP, just a concept that gets made into IPs. Oh? You know that cat meme? When the cat goes, oh? It's one of my favorites. Ding, 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 ding. Lovely. I played D&D yesterday, and Alters by Alters knows this, maybe Studio K knows too, but I made my D&D, I was DMing by the way, and I made the session basically a thinly veiled ripoff of Super Mario 64, which the players, you know, stumbled upon this castle that was like completely abandoned, and there was like a bunch of like paintings inside. Except in my version, I made them tapestries to kind of fit that D&D castle-y vibe. And also to try to obscure it a little bit. But one of the players kind of caught on pretty quick. But I played stupid when they were like, is there a painting with a turtle with a spiky shell? And I was like, huh? Turtle? No. It's one with a dragon. But we had fun. One of the players was a good buddy of mine I've played some amount of D&D with before. And then the other two, it was a couple, and the fella in the couple, he was, you know, attending school with my buddy, kind of upskilling a bit. So that's how they were introduced. I just want to clean up just a tiny bit. I won't do much because it's like a long process, but it'll ultimately save me time. But yeah, they're good. They're good peeps. I thought we might have like 4 people in the pod though, right? So I actually had kind of like an encounter with a young red dragon wormling planned. I think we were level 3. So I think a challenge rating, maybe challenge rating about 4, right? But I had like kind of like almost like Monster Hunter. There's like kind of cannons set up they could have used to help leveling the playing field a bit. But when I found out the pod was just going to be 3 people, I ended up kind of like putting a non-combat scenario in there. And we ended up taking kind of like a more non-combat route for that final kind of encounter. It all worked out pretty good, frankly. But yeah, last time I DM'd was about Christmas time last year.
You want food?
What kind of food?
I'm just gonna do some sausages for myself.
That sounds good. Yes, please. Also, my current setup, I can't get my head like too close to the cards. I guess I kind of can. But yeah, just kind of these like pivotal like corner spots. I just want to make sure they look all right. Especially up here, we're gonna have some like actual lines going through it, so I want to make sure those lines connect kind of well. Probably the next like level is to get some like washi tape or whatever so I can block off parts of the card a bit better. I find the like cleanup part relaxing, so I don't mind doing it, but it is kind of time consuming. Last impromptu D&D game I played in, I accidentally derailed the entire plot at the very beginning of the one-shot. Yeah, there's a bunch of situations where we could have derailed the plot, and you know, I put the players in a completely unmanned, unguarded castle, so if they wanted to be loot gremlins, I guess they could have just looted the whole place and spent the whole time going door to door just swiping stuff. But I mean, if that's what they wanted to do, we could have somehow found a game of it, right? At that point, I'd probably make, you know, the creatures that were in the tapestry come out of the tapestry instead of expecting the players to go into it, right? And then we still could have had a game, so. I think part of DMing, you know, it's rolling with the punches, right? And, you know, I typically don't over-plan, but I'll pull some stat blocks of some creatures I find interesting, and, you know, maybe a puzzle or 2. And then if the players go somewhere that you weren't planning on, then I just move the creatures to that new place, right? I move the puzzle to that new spot. We were supposed to go get lured into a mansion by ghost children, but the DM didn't tell us that unless play anyone, and it ever so happened that I played a ghost specializing paladin. So I was like, this is a trap, let's not go into this house. I reject your plot and I have inserted my own. Well, I mean, your DM probably like let you like make an insight roll and stuff, and I mean, if your character's got the insight, would be knowledgeable, then I guess the DM, kind of like I said, needs to find either a different way to get you to a place, or just kind of rearrange the stuff they had planned into a new place. That's what I would do. I never throw out all my kind of planning. I just change how I utilize it. I don't think I'm gonna spend time cleaning up that whole line. I can't really get close enough to see it well anyway. I really hope this goes faster than last time. If it goes longer than last time, rot-row raggy. And the DM kind of blue screen for a bit. He kind of just asked us above board if we want to take a break for him to plan more, or just be duped and go in anyway, Scooby-Doo style. Yeah, we had a couple moments. I don't know if exactly why, but you know, we had a couple snack breaks, water breaks, get up and stretch breaks. But it's always good to kind of put that in the session somewhere, and the DM needs it to fix up some notes or come up with something on the spot. I think that's a good way to, you know, give them opportunity to keep the game as fun as they can, even if it got a little bit broken. But yeah, and two of the players, the couple, was mostly new to D&D, and I say it all the time, but I would rather play with someone who's never played D&D once before than like a veteran of the game any day, especially if I'm DMing. I think there's kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? There's like I feel like people who've played like a lot, maybe they lose track of some of the wondrous element of the fantasy kind of storytelling. They're focused on their stats, their abilities, kind of their min-maxing, kind of how to best deal with you know, certain creatures. Why DM, I never say like, this is a hobgoblin. I just give like a description of what the thing is, right? That kind of helps when playing with really experienced players, because then you got them kind of guessing a little bit as to what they're actually up against. Crispy says that's exactly what it is. Exactly what is. I rambled a bunch. You could have been referring to many different things in my ramblings. Doo-dee-dee-dee-dee. Cool. I don't know, looking at this card, I'm like, this might be a hard one. This might be tricky. On the face, it looks very vibey, but there's a lot of intention behind those vibes. How veterans of D&D can be, especially like my older group that I play with, two of the players are engineers, and it can be a bit tiresome of them like constantly applying like real world physics to, you know, your fantasy imaginary game. Like for example, if we fired off a fireball in a small room, they'd be like, well, actually, the fireball would have consumed all the oxygen in the room. I'm like, that's all right. The door's open. The oxygen kind of like comes back in, right? They're like, well, actually, it would take probably about 5 minutes for the oxygen to re-enter a room of that size. I'm like, Or there's a fella I was talking to when I was, looking through some cards at the card shop the other day. And he was telling me about how, like, I don't know, just like ways that you can like break the game. But he's talking about like, oh, well, with this spell, it does force damage and it pushes a character 10 feet. And you can choose to push them 10 feet vertically, which means that they go into the air and then they fall 10 feet, so they take extra fall damage and they're knocked prone when they fall 10 feet. I'm like, okay. Clearly not how the spell is supposed to be used. So yeah. I don't know. I guess I can be pedantic at sometimes too, but like I said last night, especially like one thing I find exhausting is like when the players and the DM are kind of like fighting each other in that way, like trying to win against each other. I find that kind of exhausting. So I just told my players last night, like, hey, I'm gonna try to help you achieve things you want to do, but I'm also gonna, challenge you. But I'm not gonna put like a crazy barrier to every action you want to do, or I'm not gonna be recording consequences down for every action. So we've got like a little bit of a field with this green, right? Probably cut it off, then do lots of flowers. I need to see what kind of flowers these are. Let me see here. I actually have another copy of Impulse, believe it or not, somewhere here. They're just the most random cards. Like I said, most are commons. Where is this card? When I do find it, I want to show how off-center it was printed. But I'm just going to use that one to like hold close and like look at what I'm actually looking at in the card. Oh, here we go. Yeah, optimizers. Optimizing like that is like best for one-player game. Look how badly this impulse is misaligned. Isn't that crazy? It barely has a right-hand border. When I was going through, I was like, oh, thank God I have like 10 impulses instead of 8, because this one would not make the cut. Anyways, I just want to look at these flowers. Looks almost like lilac, perhaps? And then this is like the last thing of the circle. It doesn't have another one after that. So that's going to be like purples up there. And this isn't like a perfect circle. It's kind of like wavery, so I don't have to like bust out a circle to trace. If you rules lawyer, I punish you. Yeah, that's like that's kind of how it goes. It's like the players are like rules lawyering or vice versa, and then the other person like rules lawyers in response, and it's like, can't we just play a fun game here without so much rules lawyering? I think I'm just gonna put like a little bit of ground. And then I'm going to put vibey clouds everywhere, and then up top it looks like almost like kind of like a rock formation. So that's what I won't be putting like hard texture, but I'll be putting more hard than all this stuff. This almost looks like a face, this cloud right here. I'm just going to chalk that up to seeing stuff in clouds. Okay. Yeah, this is like one of those cards where I'm like, where do I even start, frankly? I'm going to start by just putting down a whole bunch of light pinky purple. Once I find my crimson here. Magenta. Boop, boop. Oh, bam. A new tube. New tube. It came out pretty quick. That, and then... What are you doing there, Libby? I don't think I've mixed this magenta and my Prussian blue before, so I just want to take a look at how that looks. I've never worked with this magenta before. I'd love to see your stack of considerations to paint when you're taking a paint break. I kind of just like went through 2 of them there. I've got just kind of like cards all over the place. And I've got like cards in the mail as well. Let's just... Ah, that's nice and bright. Of course, that's like too red for what I'm going for right now. Let's get some more blue in there. I'm sure you can hear my dog squeezing her ball and moaning in the background. That's peak audio, right? Oh yeah, this magenta is so bright. This is why I struggle with purples for so long. I didn't have like a really good red to go off of. That might be kind of more or less our base. And then go over it with like white, pink highlights. I think so. I hope my camera isn't too like jittery today. It's kind of just the stand I have it on. It has like a little bit of wobble to it. That's a little too much. It's really nice because the stand is like super flexible in its setup, but it does have, like I said, a little bit of wobble to it. Anytime Studio K's in the chat, I'm like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Someone with like really solid art knowledge is watching. Please don't judge. I am learning. I am learning. Alright. Now for the fun stuff. Let's get into it. So I'm going to probably make like a little bit of a field go on here. I did not make nearly enough of this color for 8 cards. I don't know what I was thinking. I always forget, like when I do this wheel, like how to adjust for the fact that 8 cards are happening. I think I'll just leave this like, well, no I won't. I could leave like sections where this kind of effect is going on, but it's good to get like 1 layer of paint over top of those markers, because then it starts behaving how I'm used to it behaving. I find that the acrylic markers, it like puts it down really smooth with like no texture, which is good, right? But then it's like my future paint applies in a way that's different than I'm used to. So I'm thinking like landmass and then just like kind of like vibey foreground colors with kind of nice kind of lavender-esque plants sticking up. That's what I'm thinking. Oops, sorry if I wasn't centered there. It's kind of fun doing the wheel too. It gives my like right hand something to do. Usually it's like just like gripping the table. Not gripping the table, but it's like somewhere. Wow. Even that first layer looks so cool. Yeah, every time I mix the color it gets faster and easier, yeah. I feel like most of the time I'm under making my colors and I just like am remaking them, or I'm constantly like just readjusting them from the one color and my palette gets like really muddy. I never really, this is why I think doing something like in a cartoon or an anime style would be difficult, because I'm so used to like muddying my colors and shifting them and moving and playing with them, that just having like one solid color is difficult for me. But because I do that so much, I have to remix kind of my colors a lot of the time. And then if it's not exactly the same, then it kind of gives that like painterly vibe that kind of is like part of my style, I guess. I don't really have a strong style, but that's part of it. Already on this step for all of them, I feel like you saved an hour or more total among the ink cards already. Now that's big if true. I'm not saying I don't think it's true. I have no way of knowing that's the thing, but if it's true, that's absolutely wild. Ding 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 ding. Yeah, now I have that magenta, like purples aren't nearly as like, I want to pull out my hair every time I was doing the purples. I got that magenta and I got like a really like pigmented purple. I don't know where it's at. Yeah, this dioxazine purple, and I don't think it's just the amount of pigment, but how opaque this was, right? Because a lot of times I'd mix the right kind of purple, but I'd have to put so many layers of it on that eventually it would just not look good anymore. I don't know why. So yeah, getting that dioxazine purple or whatever it's called, and then getting this magenta has really helped. And that's why I did like that Nihil spell bomb recently, because I was like, wow, I can do purple now. Oh wait, I just realized I didn't paint over on this side of this card. Silly me. Silly me. This part, it gets pretty pinky. So I'll just leave that kind of open-ended for now over there. Okay. Alright, now back to this one. Yeah, me too. I was like avoiding so many like purpley cards I wanted to paint just because I felt like I didn't have the ability to mix purples that well. Sorry. Or I just didn't have the right stuff to work from. Must have been a spooky opponent dog outside. My apologies. These cards look so cool, Belinda. The purple is so nice. Whoa, whoa. Isn't the purple's nice?
Yeah, that's a fun lavendery purple.
Purple. Whoa, it's really dark here. Alright. Okay, I'm sure everyone appreciated that. The way you hit the camera made it wiggle all around. Do do do. Okay. Here's a tail. Oh, I can see the dog hairs floating around. One of those gets on my paint, I will be kind of perturbed, frankly.
Tweezers.
Where?
I don't know.
You just
There's
presume
some
I
in the
have
house.
some? Alright, sure. Go watch me on the TV. No, don't actually. I'm just
Audio
joking.
feedbacks.
Yeah, it'd sound terrible. I don't even know if... Wait, YouTube Live works on our TV, but I don't think Twitch works on the TV for us. The app just doesn't work. Oh, Bastion's significant other. She's gone now. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're back. What is that, a hair? Oh, okay. How big is that on the stream? Can y'all see what that is even? No, you can, where she put it, you can't even see it. She dropped this off here. So this is, yeah, you still can't see it very well, but it's a little piece of candy in which the candy makers made like a head of a Shiba Inu with a little bow tie on it. I think I'll just leave it there and that'll be an Easter egg whenever I get back to this card. Candy bead. Candy bead. Nope. Oh, mama. This is quite purple indeed. I made my brush very wet. Ruh-roh, Reggie. Oh, well, we will deal with that. I'm going for vibes on this one, so I'll do my best to like extend it well, but I chose kind of like a vibey card on purpose. Okay, let's take some of that off. That's a little much. There. And soften our edge a little. Hey, your D20 is a life counter turned down style one. Yeah, it's from the Hobbit pre-release. Spin down. Wait. Yeah, there it is. Just cleaning up a little bit. I was a little too loose. I made my paint really wet and kind of lost control a little there. But the good news is I'm going to mix some more of this color. So that water being there is not the end of the world. Lovely, lovely. Maybe just a little bit lighter. That seems pretty good there. I keep forgetting this part of the sky. No, we need more white. Alrighty, paint that in there. I could go a little lighter still, especially since it's gonna dry a little darker typically. I've got my spin down. I think this is, yeah, this was my Lorehold one as well from the Strixhaven pre-release I went to. And I should have the Duskmorn one somewhere. But I'm not going to go digging for it. I don't attend too many pre-releases, but I like to go out and support the in-universe ones. And then, of course, one of those is Lord of the Rings, but if it's like a IP that I like, I go support it as well. Or I think it's going to be like a fun pre-release. Sometimes you just kind of know. Softening up that kind of hard edge that got there from my paint being too watery. Okay, I think I can still lighten this up yet a bit more. Alright, let's go in with that. This is kind of like somewhere between the blues and the like purpley and the pinks is what I mean to say. So let's add a bit more blue in here. I feel like I was way closer before. Just give me a second, I'll need some more. I used Prussian blue for that. Actually worked out pretty good. Pretty well. Ew, what the heck? Little paint goblin. Oh, these caps I struggle with so often. I want to make like a little 3D printed thing that I can use as a tool to take the caps off a little easier. Excellent Fanfi says LH? IH? What is that? Excellent Fanfi. Fanfi. That's the Pokemon, right? The little elephant? Lovey-dovey. What was my favorite Magic card ever? Oh my goodness. That's a tall order. Favorite Magic card. It would be nice if there was like a category. Maybe Dark Ritual. Black is my favorite color. I think Dark Ritual just does like a cool effect. The fact that it's been printed at common, so I can play in like Pauper and Pauper Commander. It feels like there's a lot of cards that like come out, and the debate is always like, should we ban this card or should we ban the fast mana enabling it? And somehow my boy Dark Ritual kind of like always like dodges the ban. It's kind of fun. So So yeah, I'd say probably Dark Ritual is my favorite. If I had to pick, like, out of just like no categories, no nothing. It's kind of like you go down cards, you go down hand size, and you're trying to make something big and explosive happen. And pretty much any time I make a black deck, I always at the very least healthily consider running a Dark Ritual. My black decks are usually like a ton of cards to enable like a lot of card draw, and then a lot of things like Dark Ritual that will kind of put me down cards, but will give you like splashy effects. Ew, what the hell? Get that out of here. This needs to be slightly bluer. A little more blue to it. What's your favorite Magic card? Excellent. Share with the class, please. My favorite commander for like EDH is Emotech Stormlord. Stormlord? Yeah, I think Emotech Stormlord from the 40k, the Necron guy. And then my favorite commander in Pauper Commander is a partner pairing with Tormod in Rogrek. And it's kind of fun because like my favorite Pauper Commander deck pretty much does like the same thing that my favorite commander deck does, with moving things around in and out of your graveyard, getting a bunch of value from that. So I definitely have like a favorite thing to do in Magic card, and it's play a lot of black cards and move things around my graveyard and get a bunch of value. Then blow up my own stuff. That's always a fun sub game for me. Dark Ritual. I'll trade Dark Rits with you, Bastion. I'll paint anything you want on it or extend any one I can get easily if you also paint one for me. Yeah, sure. I have to think of like, uh-oh. I got a little distracted. That should be my grass there. I'll have to think of what I want on one. Yeah, I also like that, you know, Dark Ritual is like a pretty affordable card. It's kind of, you know, spiked up a little bit, I think probably because of pre-modern, but it's still, you know, very affordable card. I really like cards that have a lot of like printings. Like you may lose your, this is like the iconic art for X or Y card, but I like when a card has a lot of different arts and you can kind of choose your favorite. Typically my only hold up to that or caveat is I don't care so much for a lot of like secret lair arts. I think there's like a lot of like really amazing ones. I just don't like the availability issue that's tied to secret layers. Ezio Auditore de Firenze. It's my favorite card. Brew that brain pan and get back. Yeah, I'll brew it in the brain pan. I'll let it, what is it that you do with bread? I'll let it, proof in the pan of my brain. I'll let that dough rise. I'd like to do more like Alterous trade. And then I think it'd be really cool, like when I do my binder tours, I would definitely include like arts from other Alterists in my binder tours, right? There's nothing in the rules that says I can't put other people's art in my binder tour of alters. Of course, I'd, you know, tell them exactly who it was and where they could find them. But it'd be a good way to like give my work some context, as well as, you know, shout out a lot of other great peeps in the community. So yeah, I think I really would like to do more alter trades and build up that binder, right? I want to alter an Ezio, but I haven't had the client opportunity yet. Be right back. Gonna go for a walk to the mail/post. Alright, sounds good. Now I'm hoping, I think it should be yeah, it's definitely past time. The mail truck should have come my way. So when I do take, you know, a short break from painting, maybe when I go eat some food when that's ready, I'll probably go check the mail and see if my kind of like cards that I've ordered in are in the mail. And then if so, I can kind of do a tiny little unboxing with that, and we can look at some things I'm considering painting. Definitely want to be in my binder. Yeah, I want y'all in there. I just like, I don't know if like a lot of alterists really like want the kind of style of alters I do, because it's very kind of like more or less simplistic, more sticking to the like lore and art of the cards than really something big and original and splashy, right? So I always feel like I have like less to offer the other alterists in trades like that. Food is smelling good. I'm starting to get hungry. Hungry. Look at that pink, purple, lavender. So nice. So chill. Big vibes. Head empty, pink, purple. Good place to be on the weekend. Head empty, paint purple. I think I kind of just want to like block in all my colors, so it'll look kind of nice that way. So I'll probably go in and kind of get it's tricky because it has to be really soft. So I'm just gonna like put in a really like light kind of it's kind of bluish green teal with like pink edge lighting. So I'll probably go in and put in a really light teal kind of up here just to like block in my shapes a little bit. And this is I'm going to, since the green will like show up really well, I'm going to just paint this whole like part with like the pink of this like lilac looking plant, and then I'll just like probably speckle in some green and like define the shapes of the plants with that, because the green will definitely drown out the pink. Do I play other TCGs? Yeah, I have played like a lot of like One Piece, right? So back in like OP 10ish meta, I was really rocking this sugar, and like on the OP sim, I think I was like the #1 ranked sugar for player for like multiple months. And then I would like go on the Discord and be talking to people, and it's kind of funny because they'd be like, oh, you're building your sugar deck wrong, and I'm like, dude, I'm #1. Well, I think I'm good. I think I'm building it in a way that works because I'm the number one. Not trying to flex, but I haven't played One Piece for a while. Kind of when the meta switched to green purple Luffy, I played a little less, but it was definitely like a challenge running my sugar into that deck. And then after that, kind of we went through another round of people moving to One Piece to scalp a little bit, and that kind of put like a bad taste in my mouth. And that's the problem with a lot of the TCGs. If they just have one format, if the format kind of moves to a place you don't love, then it's hard to be engaged in that game. So that's kind of what happened with me in One Piece. And I've also played a decent amount of Pokemon. I don't know exactly what the format was, but I was rocking. Let's see if I can find it here. I doubt it's in one of these boxes. What is this? Oh, this is a Blackbeard deck in One Piece as well. Played with that a little bit. What is this? Okay, here's my I played this in Pokemon for a while. This is my one prize Heatran deck, and basically you use the Metang. You can get a bunch of metal on your Heatran, and then you discard metal from the Heatran. It does 50 damage for each card you discard this way, and then it's just a whole bunch of like metal and stuff. I was running this into kind of like some meta decks in Pokemon, and it's doing really well with this too because it's all one prizers except for this Mew, which means for people who don't know Pokemon, it means your opponent wins a lot slower when they're taking one prize at a time. You win a game of Pokemon by taking, I think, all 6 of your opponent's prizes. So if you only give them kind of like the less super splashy Pokemon that only offer one prize, then they gotta actually take out 6 Pokemon. Whereas most typical decks, they run most of their creatures are worth 2 prizes, so you'll only have to take out 3 Pokemon in order to win your average game of Pokemon. So I usually gravitate towards these like rogue, off-meta, one-prizer decks. I like, whenever I play a game, I like to play like the grindiest way possible. I really like when there's a lot of back and forth. You get to make a lot more decisions, right? So I always kind of gravitate towards playing really interactive style, really back and forth, grindy kind of matches slash games in formats. So yeah, that's kind of like a tour of all my kind of different TCGs I've played. Pokemon, One Piece, and Magic. One moment. I'm gonna probably have to get a tea or a water soon. My throat, I don't know if this is gonna sound kind of weird, but my throat doesn't have a lot of endurance for talking a lot. I'm kind of a chill, quiet guy. I'm just gonna put in like a light base of this blue up here, just to kind of block off this shape, and I'll get more into it later. I just want to get rid of all the white around the card. Quicker paced games. I've been watching a lot of like MTG Goldfish, where Seth and Richard are playing a lot of. They're playing the like best ever standard deck bracket, so they're playing like decks from all of Magic's history, and I really like watching their matches with like the older decks that were a lot more like grindy, for example. might be a mistake to block in like a kind of, this is a bit darker of a blue than I was originally envisioning, but I just want to be able to see what I'm working on any given time. And this is just going to help me see it a little bit better. Just some guidelines for the moment. Uh-oh, I'm getting a phone call. Looks like spam. Which is good. That means I don't have to answer it. Now, if I was streaming from like my phone as opposed to like my second phone, then that probably would have interrupted the stream. I don't know what would happen actually. But whenever I play any kind of TCG, I'm usually always playing like something budget, and I like to brew decks, so I'm usually playing like something I kind of came up with myself. I'm usually never rocking meta unless for some reason the meta deck is really cheap and affordable. So because of that, I don't always get the furthest kind of in the bracket, but I go, I have fun. I play with my buddy. I try to find like the casual format. There's this format in Pokemon that's really cool. It's called Gym Leader Challenge, and it's kind of like Commander in that it's a singleton format, and the deck building restriction is all your Pokemon are of, you know, a certain type, right? So electric type or grass type or fire type, water type, you know, Pokemon types. And it also doesn't let you play with the like the multi-prize Pokemon. I was saying before, is some of the bigger, splashier Pokemon have are worth 2 prizes when you take them. So in Gym Leader format, you can only play with 1 prize Pokemon, and only Pokemon of a certain color, right? So if you have an electricity deck, all your Pokemon are electric type. And then it's singleton as well. So it's a really cool format. It's a 1v1 format. So it's kind of like a competitive casual mix, but it's pretty cool. You just realized I'm a lefty? Yee boy. Well, I could be putting some more blue down here too, actually. Dang it. I'm gonna have to go back and do that. Just a little bit of blue. Nothing crazy. Yep, I've lefty my whole life. And I had this thing when I was like a kid where I would hold my pencil like this when I was like writing and stuff. And people always be like, oh, like you need to hold your pencil different, you need to like change the way you write. I'd be like, for some reason I always interpret it like they're saying I need to write with my right hand. Yeah, I used to be so stubborn about it. What up, Doc?
Just leave this here.
Yeah, I'll probably take a little break to eat, and I want to check the mail and see if I got some cards in the mail, so I could show them on stream. That'd be kind of fun. Limited formats the most, and cubes are fun. Yeah, limited. It's like not every limited is what is the word? What is the turn of phrase? Not every blank is the same. Not the same. Is built. I don't know. Anyway, like not every limited format is a banger, but I like playing limited. I wish there was like a little bit more consistency to limited, because it feels like most of the time when I go, like my opponent just like opens some crazy bomb that's gonna like destroy me in 2 turns or something. Like when I went to the Lord of the Rings limited, like my opponent opened up what was it? I don't think it was the Palantir, but it was some sort of artifact that's like every turn it gets a counter on it, and then your opponent either loses life equal to the numbers of counter on it, or you draw a card. So it's like limited. So by turn 4, it's like he's got a like 4-turn clock on me, or less, because he's swinging with stuff too. Or I have to give him a card every turn, right? I feel like it's the card draw limited that is like the craziest resource disparity to overcome. I invented a pseudo format at my LGS, but it's a similar thing. But it's a smaller thing than it sounds like. It was half draft. You open 2 sealed packs, then you draft 2 packs with the knowledge of what you open sealed. That sounds pretty fun, actually. Sorry if that got picked up on the mic. My stomach was kind of just gurgling away. No, that seems fun because it's like you have a bit of like deck building skill, you have a bit of, you know, drafting skill. You kind of like avoid the complete randomness of whatever you open packs is what you get, right? Yeah, that seems fun. I would definitely play that, frankly. Give it a go at the very least. Boom! Feels good when you spin the wheel. Give it a little spinnerooski. Need more paint. More paint. Okay, here we go. Right, let's get this to be more blue to help me see the difference. I feel like once I start getting into it, this card's going to get kind of wacky on me. My girlfriend just took our dog out for a little pee. Can hear her barking from outside. She means well, but she just gets excited easily, is what it is. She has no impulse control, you know what I'm saying? Bum, bum, ba-dum, Whee! Anyone in here from the Facebook group that I shared the link to? Just curious if it garners that much attention or not. I've heard some mixed reviews about the Alterist Facebook group. Heard they play a little fast and loose with the people they associate over there. Alright, I'm just adding in the little blue on this like corner here that I missed earlier. And I know it's got like some green in there, but we'll touch on that later. Let me eat this candy. Oh. Wee. Dude, it's hard not to say wee when you spin the wheel. It's just wee. It's just fun. I don't know what to say. What do you want from me? I'm only human. Okay. Oh, I need to line this thing. Alrighty. I think here is a decent spot for just a little break. A little breaky poo. Right? If we're doing the Industrial Revolution on the wheel, that comes with breaks, right? Workers' rights, am I right? So I'm just going to leave the stream running, mute it. I have a little bit of a small supper to have here. Just a sausage, basically, that my girlfriend made for me. Then I'm going to go downstairs, check the mail, and see if I have a package I can open for everybody. That might be a little fun activity. All my break notes mention my dog. BRB dog break. Where's my little tablet? Not tablet. Great progress? Yeah, not bad. It's the really easy part is like blocking in a bunch of color. It makes it look like pretty good and it's kind of exciting. And then from here, even looking back at like my streams, kind of the analytics, you can see like at the beginning, people are pretty engaged when there's a lot happening. Then when we get in the smaller details, it gets a little bit boring. Not boring, but it gets a little slower, less engaging. But yeah, I'm gonna keep the stream running. If you want to dip out, that's all good. I'm just gonna mute my mic in case I don't know, toot. All right, BRB. Quick bite and check the mail. Alright, Studio K, it's nice having you around. I always enjoy when you're on the stream, having that knowledge for everyone is really cool. BRB, quick bite and check the mail. Okay. I will be back very shortly. Probably less than 5 minutes, honestly. Also, I'm going to get some water for my voice. I can already feel it going a little bit. Okie dokie. How did my scissors get on top of my... I mean, I must have put them there, just don't remember doing it. Turns out my girlfriend is out for a longer walk with the dog than I expected. I thought it was just a quick pee, but I don't know, they must have went to the park or something. Now, I already took her for a walk, so after that, hopefully she's pretty relaxed and calm. I guess we'll see how that turns out. Okay. Which brush? I was using this brush. Good. Okay. I'm just going to give this brush a quick little cleaning. So, I've got just this like kind of like a pill container type of thing. And then this brush cleaner. It's probably some portion acetone or something. I don't know. It's not in English, unfortunately. Do this kind of off camera where it might not be so annoying on the microphone. This is just for like the paint getting into the ferrule, the metal part of the brush. Just like that. All good. And usually my water is like pretty colored, so I know that the paint is all off that there. Okay, wonderful. Going to now go in with some pinks, kind of up in here, then down here as this kind of like field of what looks to me to be lilac, right? I'm going to do the pinks and then later I'll kind of dot in the green of this grass in there. Because the green, I think the green will have like a much stronger pigmentation to it. So if I do that first and then try to go pink on top, it probably would be a lot more difficult to do that. So I'm just going to take my white and then I'm going to see if I can get like a nice pink with just some white and this magenta here. Whoa. That is crazy vibrant. Wow, this magenta goes crazy. It's so much more vibrant than the other reds I had. Game changer for sure. I did put on a kettle of tea to help with my voice for the marathon stream. So when that starts whistling, I'll get up and quickly bring over the whole pot of that. Got a trivet over here and my little cup that I drink from. This is like the clouds are more pinky pink and then the flowers are more reddish pink, but I'll probably do like pink like this, just in here like that, and then I can give it more shape with the redder pink. And then like I said, I'll stipple on some green to give us our grass kind of afterwards. But yeah, I just want to kind of block in all these big sections of color because it's fun that way. It's exciting for the stream to make all this, you know, front-loaded progress. People who pop in will say, "Oh wow, it's looking good," and then it's like, "Gotcha." Now we have to suffer the small details. Sorry for all the wheel spinning here. I wanted to put some pink up here in the sky too. Just like that, right? And I can always fix up the little details as I go. But doing kind of these like more vibey kind of skies, I'm usually at home here because I can just kind of layer from lighter colors to darker colors and make it look good for the most part without too much stress. And then up top here, just a little we're gonna kind of define this shape here. It seems like it's going in mostly a circle. So we're gonna define that right here. Lovely dovely. It looks like it might even have like the slightest almost black outline to it, but I think that'll probably be near the end. We'll think about stuff like that. A little bit of pink in here. The pink is deeper in my brush, but it's not on the tip. I know I mentioned it earlier, but this is like a really super cheap brush. A lot of people ask me like what brush I use, what paint I use. I think the brush is probably almost the least important part of painting cards. I'll say something controversial, and I think that the most important part of painting cards is the lighting. I think it might even be more important than the paint, if I'm being honest. I think the lighting is number one, then paint, then patience, then somewhere in there, your brush. I love the small details part. It's the part where my dumb brain can't understand the decisions, but then it comes together out of nowhere. Yeah, exactly. I mean, when I'm doing one card, I think the tiny details is my favorite part too, because I'll just be like slapping paint at a problem until like I'm like, whoa, oh my god, it looks good. Is anyone else seeing this? It's looking good. What the hell? It's truly like that, like every time. Just all of a sudden it looks good and you're like, hold. So yeah, when I'm doing one card, probably my favorite part too. When I'm doing 8 cards at once, it's like hard to decide like when to switch to the next card and when to call it okay for a certain section. But I think part of all this is like it's helping me like grow and learn new things and new ways to strategize, and probably help me get past that like, oh, I need to tinker with this one spot forever kind of mindset as well. But yeah, when you're like, especially if you're doing like not like a real world item, but for example, like when I did Mathis Fiend Seeker, the bricks in the background, there's a point where they just like kind of like popped into existence and looked exactly like a brick wall, and I'm like, whoa, is anyone else seeing this? So yeah, I can definitely vibe with the small details being the best part. I think it might just be the factor that it's hard to do those details in a way that even like makes sense in my own mind with the wheel thing going on. Oh, I think these clouds are going to be so perfect and vibey though. I'm happy that y'all talked me into this card Alters by Alters, because I was kind of like fearing it. But I think, that upgrade to my magenta paint there has made it like all the more like possible and approachable. So I don't want to be the proverbial artist blaming their tools that I was using before, my other paints. But I mean, it's very clear that these pigments are so strong and that I can reach these colors that I felt like I couldn't really reach before. Alright, so that background noise is my tea. I'm about to go get that. One moment. Welcome home. Oh, you wore your heated rivalry shirt. Did you wear that to work? Spicy. Okay. Made a big pot of pandan tea here. If you've never had it, you owe it to yourself to try some. It's very delicious. I need, I guess I could put it on my play mat. That's fine. Yeah. There we go. You can't paint colors you don't have. That's why purples are such a big deal through history. Oh, it was Crispy P that was talking about the small details, not alters by alters. And everybody in the YouTube chat, they just have gray names. That's the one thing about Twitch. At least you have like kind of different colored names, I think. Sorry, I just read that wrong. Well, Crispy, it's unfortunate that like these days my time lapses have like less small details in them, because I get the card like typically like 85% of the way there and then turn off my recording and do a whole bunch of like slow meticulous work that I feel like would bore the average viewer, and then like switch to the final product. Doodly doo. Yeah, purple being the color of royalty. It's funny how kind of like just us humans work, right? It's like, oh, something's rare or hard to find or difficult. It's like we will immediately elevate it to an increased value. It's like, does it have an increased function? No, we just covet it. The heat might affect the print. Okay. Alright, let me get a trivet then. I do have this nearby. I just got like the IKEA core trivet. Bada boom. My playmat is protected. Didn't want to keep you worrying. Thank you for the heads up. I have no idea how playmats are made. Never looked into it. I didn't see that how it's made episode. Did you have a good little walk, Clippy? You good? Sweeping your ball? You want me to throw it? Momentary pause, throwing ball. Ball throw achieved. We are back in business. I repeat, ball throw achieved. We are back in business. My tea was really hot, boiling hot. I'm giving it probably about a good 5 minutes to steep, and then I can pour myself a cuppa. A proper cuppa. I know Crispy is like in the UK. Whenever I do my UK meme voice, I'm like, uh-oh, I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get called out. I used to work in heat sublimation for plastics and fabrics. One of 100 different jobs. Yo, what the hell? Alters by Alters has had so many different jobs. Especially between the two of them. Ooh, mama. Sorry, I can't help but join Bravo a little bit when things are starting to look good. It's just a weird habit. I think that might be like a US versus Canada thing, is you just have like so much more like manufacturing there that there are like more potential for these different jobs. This line is looking so unfazed here. Don't love that. I might have to just like put some paint on it so that it's gone before I get too invested in making things like correct. It's kind of interesting. I hadn't really noticed it till now, but like this line that Teferi is making with his arm, like everything kind of to the left of this is all like a much lighter pastel-y. Everything, you know, otherwise is all more or less darker. So I'll have to keep that in mind as I continue. I don't know why I'm just like seeing it now, but yeah. And like the meta fact of like him having this like circular wheel thing while I'm painting it on a circular wheel is very funny too. Alters by Alters mentioned that and it tickled my brain in a little way. Those IKEA cork mats are so good for making tiny scale diorama rocks. I've got a whole jar of them turned to bits. I love something that can be used for lots of things. I'm all about that. I love like if I have some sort of like problem or like something I'm trying to make happen, my instinct is always to like start looking around my house at like what possible thing that's meant for another function can I use for said function. I always had like that kind of like problem solving thing. So yeah, it makes me quite happy when one thing can have multiple hidden uses. And I use kind of those cork trivets for all sorts of different stuff. For sure. Alright, my paint is a little bit watery, so I'm just going to mix some more color into it. And then I'm going to suck out the water on my brush by just kind of tapping the non-painty bit of it to my paper towel, and I'll suck that out. Perfect. And my brush is starting, I don't know if you'll be able, no way, it's not going to be in focus. Yeah, my brush is starting to get a little bit of flyaways from the tip. It's to be expected. This is like a Dollarama brush, basically. Dollarama is Canadian. It's Canada's dollar store, by the way. Dollarama. Uh-oh, did I remember my clouds way up here on the other ones? Yeah, kinda. The world is waiting to be remade, but smaller. Almost all physical leftovers ain't garbage. That's not medically unclean. It's just prime fuel for miniature terrain. Have you ever watched you know how Netflix has all these shows where it's like any given like art form or something, it's like we invited 15 bakers to come and bake at the Super Bake Kitchen. I saw one, it's called Best in Miniature, in which they were like competing for like the best in miniature, right? Tell the show. But it wasn't like you know, like wargaming miniatures. It's just like they made like doll houses and made all the miniature furniture and furnishings and decor in their little doll house. And it was pretty cool. I actually went to college in my theater production program with a fellow who became quite the miniaturist. His His name was Damien, and he's got an Instagram for his miniature work. And I can't remember, there's like a band, they released an album where there was like a haunted house on the album, and he actually did the miniature of that haunted house that they used for the album cover. I think he also works in Canada. I think we have like in Ontario like a miniature exhibit called like Little Canada, I believe it's called. And I'm pretty sure like the last thing I knew, he was working there kind of like full time as a like actual miniaturist, which is crazy that that's a full time career path you can have if you're one of the lucky ones. But I remember he was like always like crazy gifted artistically. Oop, sorry, my camera's shaking a little bit there. Fixed it. He was always like really gifted artistically. Like every time we had like a new class, and it'd be something that none of us had ever done before, like a costuming class, and he would be doing something just like so off the wall and inspired, right? And it wasn't just the ideas, but the ability to like execute upon what was in his mind's eye. Probably like out of the people I knew / know in real life, he's probably the most gifted I ever met for being able to do that. Just have his idea and also just execute that idea just the way it was in his mind as well. I used to watch Black Magic Craft on YouTube for miniature terrain videos. He's from Winnipeg. Oh, that's pretty cool. Winnipeg. Manitoba. It's definitely something I could see like myself getting sucked into if it found me at the right time and kind of like headspace in my life. I could feel myself becoming very interested in such a rabbit hole. Why is this line showing up so much still? I guess I just haven't painted much over that. Yeah, we'll fix that. We'll fix that. Oh wow, you two watch the same duder. The same YouTube duder. During COVID, yeah, I think miniature, like painting, making, that's like the perfect COVID activity. Just solitarily doing your own little thing. No thoughts, just miniature. Headspace, blank. Not thinking about the crazy virus, state of the world. You're just making your little miniatures. Cozy for sure. Cozy. It's like Animal Crossing came out like perfectly in that time as well. And that was like a lot of people's main activity then. I won't lie, I had an island. I never really got like too intense with it, but I had a good time. The Animal Crossing. I just find like I always want to like terraform my island and like do that, but just the pace of like terraforming is kind of slow. So I'm trying to like make my island all customized and interesting, but I just kind of like get bored of terraforming block by block. Whereas like in Minecraft, each block you interact with interacts like relatively quickly. Oops, sorry, I think I was pretty far off of the my mark there. I've got to lock it down now. Alright, I think I need to mix a bit more of my paint up here. least kind of get out of the watery bit of it. Really cloudy. Yeah, cloudy. I like clouds. I like painting clouds. You make the top part of the cloud light color and the bottom part dark color. And that's how you paint a cloud. And then you dab your brush around. I think that's why I did that like Calamax last night. I was like, I need something quick, something like vibey I can do. And then I saw the clouds and it's like, oh yeah, we can do some clouds. Oh yeah, we can do some clouds. That's how I was feeling. Ooh, that's starting to stick out kind of nicely too. Yeah, just having like that contrast will really help this other part kind of take shape. Would you say you chose this on impulse? I would say I chose this because it was like one of 5 cards that I own 8 copies of. And then y'all were like, yeah, you should do that one. And that's pretty much how I chose it. This is more purple than it needs to be. We'll get to it. I like a good impulse. I like a good blue instant most of the times. I like a good black instant too, but all my black cards are in decks, that's the problem. Also, a lot of them just like fade to black, and I think, you know, it looks good when you do the fade to black too, but I find like a lot of people, they just have in their mind like what's more worth it for them to pick up. And I think when like a card fades to black, they're like, I want to see more art, I want to see more this or that. And that's when you like have to kind of like brainstorm like something else to put down here in the margins, but I don't always have like a great idea for that. So I end up doing less of those cards lately. Although, like I said, most of my black cards just end up going in my own deck. Or I'll do like little projects for like my decks that are just fast and loose that don't always get recorded as well. Like I said, in my tech, Stormlord is like my like commander deck that I like a lot. And let's see if it's here. And like the other day I did this like Necron token for that deck on a Galaxy foil. And it's not like my typical work, it's more like loose and like just did this very quickly, right? But yeah, not everything I make ends up getting recorded. But then the ones that aren't usually end up in my binder tours. So it's like a little bonus, a little reason to check out the binder tours. Alright, I gotta pour my tea really quick, or else it's gonna get oversteeped. I feel like a little bit of that might have got on a card. give it that patina, you know what I'm saying? A little patina. I've always got that crazy miscut impulse if something crazy were to happen to one of these. I would hope not, but it could happen. I'm pouring tea near them like that. Crazy shit. Okay, I need a bit more white because my pink is like so bubblegum pink right now. There we go. And my pink looked just like Hubba Bubba. My stream would have got like flagged for stealing Hubba Bubba's stees if I continued on the way it was. Wondering what part I should do next after I finish kind of putting these kind of cloudy shapes in. I guess I should probably, I think I'll probably go like darker, right? I'll like use almost like this base purple and I'll go kind of darker in the foreground. It's an impulsive impulse. That's one thing. When I'm like painting off stream, I make little brush sound effects. But I try to contain it when I'm live. Where are we at? We're at under 3 hours here. Probably about 25 minutes was like setting up and also that brief break I took. So that would be like 2 hours, 15 minutes of painting so far. Not bad. I mean, for like 8 cards, that's pretty crazy. It's a lot of progress. For like 1 card, I'd be like, it's going a little slow. But for 8 cards, it's like, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Gonna mix this up. Gotta stay on my mark here. We're getting a little bubblegummy again. And bring in some white here. Just a big pocket of magenta I mixed into there. Get that off. Oof. I'm like really getting like sucked down the rabbit hole of just like watching the colors kind of blend and move. It's always a good time. I'm always having a good time when I'm painting. And I've been like back to work, I'll like catch myself at work just thinking like, I wish I was painting right now. Or I said to like my coworkers, it's like, oh, I can't wait to go home and paint. Line is like so here, man. Be gone. I know it'll disappear as I go, but kind of like just throws off my illusion when I'm looking at it at the moment. Okay, so we did that. What do I want to do now? I feel like maybe I go back and I take these like more purples I put in and I put that blue over them. Or maybe I just do this little bit here. That might be kind of chill. I think I'll do that. It'll be like a quick hit of progress. Make me feel good. So that is blue. Maybe a little white to soften it up. Seems like maybe a tiny little bit of yellow. It's just like a slightly green in hue. Oh, these caps, man. These caps. Wow. Crazy how much yellow that just put on there. Just the slightest little dab. Looking good. And definitely the next upgrade to my setup, I need a way to stabilize this camera. I won't say I need like a new arm, I just need like something for the arm to be like resting on halfway so it doesn't have so much bounce to it. I guess if I keep like color looking at on the one is going to end up with like a lot of little bits to it. Now is this too dark? I don't think so, but I think it's maybe it's like a little green. I'm gonna put in like a really light blue. We're definitely like deep in the teal zone here. It's my favorite non-sugared tea. This might just need a few layers to look proper. Have a good rest, Crispy. Thanks for tuning in. It's always a pleasure to have you around. Real staple of the whole shebang over here. Take it easy. Have a good weekend as well. Hopefully you get weekends off with your work. This is pretty potent actually. Let me just see. They're looking great. Yeah. Just takes a bit of time. We always get there eventually. Oh, where's my... here's my scrapey brush. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Now let's see. Okay, there's just a little bit of paint on there. Yeah, so I can lighten this up a little bit. Alters, are you going to stream this evening? I think I can add a lot more white actually. I think I should have probably just made this pink and then like brushed in some other colors on top of it. It'll probably end up looking like not like the original card so much, but we'll blend it in and make it work. This is helping soften it up a bit. I had too much green is what happened. It's far too green. can definitely see that now. Like half hour. Okay. I'm always like, dang, I can't tune in because I'm streaming. It's always such a weird feeling. It's like, dang, I want to be there. Oh, wow, okay, I just nuked my whole color with the smallest amount of this red. Holy mackerel. That's a lot better though. Still not where it needs to be, but definitely less green. I think I have to zip back to number 1 here. Big wheel spin, big turning. Okay, yeah, this is a better place to be at. It's not quite right, but it's a lot better than it was. We will be doing multiple layers until we get it right. We'll be going when you sign off, though. You can come chill then. Yeah, if I got the juice for it. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe this will go a lot faster than last time. I am optimistic about it. I'm like cautiously optimistic. Like my mindset is like, we'll see what happens. All right, let's try this with now we're not on that former color, just from the hop. Yeah, these colors aren't nearly as opaque as what I was doing before. But I think I just got to be patient and build it up for a couple layers. Yeah, it's almost like a slate blue. Could probably add a bit more white and a bit more blue. Sorry if the camera's bouncing there. Really trying not to wiggle my desk too much, but I'm like color mixing, I notice it happening. You look a lot further along sooner with more abstract end goal visually. I think you'll be done hours sooner this time. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so. I hope we get there a little sooner than 13 hours or whatever. Is this color anywhere else on the card? Just kind of over here. Yeah, I'm hoping that I finish this up before 13 hours. But, I mean, I committed to the bit, right? Last time I committed to the bit. I didn't shy away when the stream got long. Exact same thing going on this time. See, now the thing that happened last time is Crispy just went to bed, right? And then the whole time I was like, oh, I gotta finish before Crispy wakes up. I can't have him like come in here and I'm still going. So now the clock is truly on. The clock starts when Crispy goes to bed. That really light color actually helped a lot. Just headbutted my lamp. Yeah, this little bit of really light color really helped define a lot of these clouds. boy. I need some more work, but it's something. And I'm going to paint into the original art a decent amount. It might not be like a perfect quote-unquote extension, but we'll make it all look uniform and good. But do not be shocked if the original art gets changed a bit in this process. What the hell is that? Get off here. Whee! Oh, this original art is just so gorgeous. If I get like anywhere near that ballpark, it's going to be a very lovely set of cards to behold. And I feel like I learned some stuff with the last batch. I'm going to try to avoid doing on this batch. Kind of some of my spots got a little thicker than I wanted on the last batch I did on the wheel. Dun, ding, 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 dun. Need a little bit more white in this paint I'm using up here. Just a tiny bit. You can see that on the camera. Yeah, it's kind of in the background, but you can see it. I'm going to take a little sip. And I'm going to pour myself another little cup of tea here. Damn. Call me Dina the way I be serving that tea. Alright, this will be pretty light color, so but we're going on to a kind of like already darkish blue, so we can afford to lighten it up a little bit. Ding dong doom. I need a little bit that isn't so light, so I can add in some shadows. Back to the shadows. This one has only a small blue area. I went a lot bigger with the purples in here. And here's my darker kind of blue. I need a little bit of blue on my palette. I need a more blue part to bulk it up a little bit. And this part up here, I'm gonna, yeah, just like that. What are we looking at? Okay, it's just a blue. Okay, it's a little bit too vibrant, and I think I just nuked it with this black. So I'm gonna mute it a little bit with a little black, a little white, and then come back in and add my blue till it looks about right. That's too much. I think I need a bit of paper to see what this looks like. Okay, It's too dark still. I have like 3 very similar but distinct, like cloudy blues that I've got mixed up now. There we go, that's definitely helping blend that in. It's not perfect, but we'll get to it. We'll get there. Okay, we're back at number 1. And I'm going to keep kind of building some highlights and some shadows into this cloudy bit. Right now I've got more of a... I've definitely got more of a shadow on my brush. This one, it looks like I missed doing some highlights on. Okay. I think I want to do a bit more before I move on from this one. I'm going to add in some shadow. Shadow into my clouds here. Doesn't look quite right, but we'll figure it out. Might be a situation where we paint into it a little to make it easier on ourselves. Just trying to figure out, where these colors I have at my disposal go. It's like I just need to get this line going, and then from there I can build the shapes that are in it a bit better. But I definitely want to get these kind of lumpy shapes in. But I need to be able to work towards them. That's looking kind of right. How come the other cards aren't looking that decent? Is that a me thing or is that the card? Looks like the card. It's just a petal falling. Lovely. Okay. Yeah, once I've got that decent kind of mixture there, then it's easier to put in this texture. Continue and have a little bit of greenish in the highlights. And I'll start looking pretty good. But yeah, I'm gonna slowly now be blocking out these shapes here. And I think I'll need to have some of these parts be pretty white and then go back in with something a bit pink. This is something I could like try to shortcut, or I could spend a lot of time on, right? I'm going to try to capture the kind of original aesthetic going on here. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was too white by far. Oh, I'm happy with how this one is going. It's funny, each one's like a little bit different, even in how like the kind of like base colors were shaping up. So some of them just like go into it really simplistically, and some are a bit trickier. My wheel is kind of spinning a little weakly at the moment, kind of getting stuck. But I spent good money on this Walmart wheel. There we go. Sorry, a little off base there. Just trying to block in some shapes. I can tinker with all the colors and get them correct as I go. And I want to try and get all these shapes blocked in with the same color, so I have kind of the same idea that I'm working with before I make some more kind of slate blue that's going on. Let's do a bit more here, but pretty faint. Let's give it a bit more life. There we go. These are pretty... Sorry, I keep switching the wheel around. Something just catches my eye when it moves, right? I can see something that might have been a little hidden from me when it was static. Yet another bonus to painting on a big silly wheel. Ugh. Take a little sip of tea here. Okay. This one looks pretty good so far. All right, I guess we're back at one here. This one is pretty muddied up. I'm gonna have to go and put some more shadows in here, 'cause it kind of looks like it's all highlights at the moment. been a little heavy-handed, but we're just gonna swing from one direction to the other until we meet in the middle. Yeah. See, we're sculpting clouds now. I think I need to focus on just like the values, how light and dark it is, and then kind of get the colors in there after that. But at the same time, we got some pretty bright highlights, but I don't want to use white on them because it'll throw off the eye. May still throw off my eye. This much I know to be true. And one thing is, just like when you're starting shapes right on the edge, I don't know what it is, but if you start like a line right on your edge, it always is going to look phony. Alright, enjoy your stream Altered by Alters. When you take a little break here and there, I'll be interested in hearing how it's going for you, and I'm sure you'll stop by and say hello. And hopefully I finish this up for 3 AM my time like last time, and I can pop over there for a bit. There we go. Now we're kind of getting both our shapes and our kind of values in where we want them. This one here looks a little rudimentary, but we'll get it. We'll get it where it needs to be. Now when I'm streaming, I do a lot more of this kind of like little smearing technique. Oop, I wasn't quite in frame, my apologies. Anyway, I do a little bit of the smearing technique that I don't do so much when I'm recording time lapses, just because it's like another hand in there, another thing kind of muddying what's going on, right? Visually kind of confusing the video. So I don't think it translates very well, especially sped up times 100. Just like a finger randomly flashing in, gone, flashing in, gone. So I try not to do it when I'm doing time lapses, but from what I can tell, all the best alterists do a little bit of finger painting. It's part of the process of the great ones. It's definitely a good way to like soften your edges, to get like a little fade. This looks like a big cube by accident there. I think I might just add in a little bit of, oops, that is way too dark. Whoopsies. Kind of just erase it a little bit. Some wet paint. With some water, that is. Now this is kind of all blending together, which you don't really want. Okay, let's go put in some shapes we actually want in here. I'm going pretty light because it seems like I'm already really light. I might have to add these shapes via shadow rather than highlight at this point. I think this is going to be too dark. Let me see. Okay, let's see here. I'll have to change this up, but this will help us at least get some shapes in. Now it's a bit darker, then I can use my light colors to kind of carve out my shapes that I want. It's a little too dark, but we'll get to it. This one's actually looking pretty good. Let's go and see which ones are looking good. This one looks good. This one will need a bit of highlights. Mostly a bit of highlights. Uh-oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Air jail for snoot.
Air jail for snoot. Pretty quiet in the stream right now, Belinda. It's just a couple people. You can watch something on the TV if you want. I'll just close the door to here.
Okay.
I don't want you to be locked away in the bedroom all evening.
Trying to read, but not really.
Okay. Well, just let me, if you want to watch TV, I'll just close the door. It's fine. Okay, I'm gonna add in kind of this very slight yellow, kind of greenish highlight that's going on that side of the cliff, the cloud, the whatever it is that's going on. It's kind of impressionistic. And then there'll be little bits of pink in there I'll have to add as well. But yeah, on this kind of like highlight side, there's a little bit of this kind of greenish situation going on. Let's make it a bit whiter. Although I am kind of liking how that's looking there. Just a little bit too much there. A bit up here. I don't like how this is just like one big kind of straight line there. Break that up a little bit. Then our kind of like really edge lighting will be a nice bright pink on these shapes here. We'll bring that in last or next. It's hard to say last because I'll probably finick with this a bit more at a later time. These ones are starting to look pretty good this batch. I like this one. This one looks nice. Of course, we're gonna go until they all look nice, but I think some of them will just end up looking nicer sooner than others. It's kind of how the cookie crumbles. Or the paint pools, the paint places. Take a little sip here. And I'm going to need some more tea. And the lifeblood of any good stream. Says I. A little bit of green, a little bit of green, very light green. Now someone with color theory might know what's exactly going on here. But I just see color, I put color down. I don't know exactly what's going on with every little color decision. I see color, I put color down. I kind of see what effect the original artist is kind of using. And then I try to mimic it. I don't exactly know why I'm putting any given color there sometimes, but typically it works out pretty decently. These have too much shadow to them, but in decreasing it, my shape is getting weird. Looks kind of blocky. Definitely needs to come down a little bit to look more natural. Which means I need kind of like this color. There we go. Need a bit more blue and black, kind of teal up here. Make some of these shadows that are a little missing in here. This one needs some extra special attention. I'm really locked in on this one here. Okay, paint, do your stuff. Fill in this little pocket, would you? Thank you. Getting that darkness out of my brush, resetting it with kind of this lightness. Now that I've kind of created those shapes, put in some kind of cloudiness, Sure you get asked what kind of paints are you using. Oh, shocker, there is an Indian shot right now here. The risk of looking like, oof. I'm using golden acrylic, heavy body golden acrylic. Ding dong ding. Where can I fit one in shot, in frame? Here's what it is. I'm using heavy acrylic. The brand is Golden. But there are a lot of paints you can use. Liquid acrylic applies like really smooth with like a lot of control. So people who are doing like super precise line work stuff, I find that typically they're using liquid acrylic instead of heavy acrylic. Heavy acrylic is good for kind of like this card in that it's like really like vibey and kind of like painterly. That's where kind of the heavy body acrylic shines. But you can do that stuff with liquid acrylic as well. But yeah, super detailed stuff. I see that a lot of people are using the liquid acrylic for that. I've also seen people do good work with model paints, like your Warhammer paints, right? Because they're acrylic based and they have really high pigment density, which is the most important thing. Typically you want to use some sort of artist quality paint just because it has that higher density of pigment, which means you get less the medium. So like typically there's a binding agent, right? Which you can just think of as glue. That's how I think of. And then with high density paint, there's less smaller ratio of glue to like the actual color, right? So yeah, just anything with a high pigment density, acrylic in any shape or form will work. I've seen people do great stuff with what is it called? Like airbrush paint as well. Both airbrushing with it and also using it kind of like out of the jar with a brush. I've seen great things kind of with both usages of that. Pretty cool. Alright, back to one. So I've kind of got this like greenish mid-tone now. In these kind of lower ones, there's this slightly pinkish, slightly orangish, real kind of super highlight up here. Oil paints, I don't think oil paints could work that well because oil paints tend to have a lot of like body to them, right? They create a lot of texture. And I'm not sure if the oil binds well to the card or not. That's one area where I'm not sure if it would shine. Okay. So I'm thinking I don't have to hit this orangish kind of mid-tone. I think if I put a pinkish on top of that green, it'll probably fill in like the orangish part of the brain that I'm seeing. So we're going to attempt to do that and see how it works. Okay, this is a little too white. I want that pinkish color in here. Sometimes I just feel kind of like zoning out, head empty, painting. It's funny because like I'm not really thinking about anything. I'm just like observing what's going on intently to decide whether I need to make a change or if it's working the way I want it to. But it's funny, I've tried like listening to audiobooks while I'm painting, and I need to keep it like pretty simplistic or I like lose track of the plot. Whee! No problem. Yeah, I've seen so many different paints work. I just think oil paints might not be the best fit. I just haven't seen someone, you know, have success with them, or even like attempt to use oil painting on the cards yet. And I'm on like all the subreddits, I'm in Discord groups and Facebook groups and everything, so like anywhere people are talking about this stuff, I'm around, and I just haven't seen someone do it with oil paints yet, so. Which leads me to believe it might just not be the right fit. But yeah, I personally haven't even like used oil painting for anything like outside of card altering. Like I don't own any oil paints, or else I would give it like a little test and that way I'd have some first-hand knowledge. But yeah, I don't even own any oil paints to do that with. These are looking great. I'd purchase one if I had a place to put it. I no longer put impulse in my cube though. That's fine. It's not all about the purchasing, it's about the journey. But if you want to submit some ideas of cards I could do in the future, you could let me know. I have kind of like a master list of random cards that I want to get 8 copies of to do on streams like this. And I put in like an order for a few different cards of like however much I needed to reach 8 copies. So if I had 2 copies lying around, I ordered 6, and so on and so forth. So that was kind of funny. It's like where I've put like the like money of my last few commissions is just ordering more cards. That and like getting some LEDs, new lighting set up for the whole shebang. Yeah, you could put them here. I'll just write them down on a notepad or whatever, or copy and paste them over somewhere. Give me something to read off in the chat, something to respond to. I'd appreciate that if you want to do it like that. No pressure though. I keep like headbutting my own lamp. I watered my paint down a little too much. I've got like a few like kind of like commandery staples I have on order. I've got like 8 Avengers of Zendikar coming in, I think. Because all the ones that I have are currently like index. Now, I have like some soul rings that I want to paint. Just give me 1 second here. But it's like the new version of Soul Ring that was in the Lorwyn Eclipse deck. This one, I want to get 8 of these bad boys. I think that we could have some fun with that. I could even use some like silver foiling on the stars in the sky and really go all out like that. So I want to get 8 of these, but they're a little expensive right now. I'm hoping they kind of level off a bit. But it's my favorite Soul Ring art I've seen in quite some time, frankly. But it's like my collection, my like main formats are all like popper formats, so I own lots of like popper staples, but not lots of like big boy commander staples, I like to call it. Because I play a lot of popper commander. At least I deck build around it a lot. I may not get to play as much as I'd like to. Oops, sorry, I'm way off my mark. That card probably was barely in frame, if it was at all. Yay, my freaking blue clouds are starting to come to life here. My blue clouds are starting to come to life, baby. That's what I'm talking about. And some highlights down here, it's all shadow. Adding in kind of my pinky highlights up here. Got kind of some of these sharp dots here. What is the theme of your cube, by the way? I love seeing a good cube theme. I watch a lot of the LRR content, and they do a lot of cube drafts, and they always have like interesting themed ones. Okay, I think my kind of bluish mountains slash clouds down there are looking pretty decent. I think I'm going to switch my focus to I'm gonna go back into the mid-ground here, into this part. This part I'm a little spooked of, and then this part's probably gonna be like just like some darkish kind of like misty clouds down there. So I need a bit more blue here. Ooh, that got really blue really fast. Speaking of cube, I've been meaning to build one of my own, but don't know where to start. I think a cool start would be just like either, you know, you have a theme to the cube, right? So you can, your theme could be, you know, planes. Your theme could be like a format that you like, right? Like a popper cube would be really cool. So I guess just like you pick a theme would probably be your best starting point. I'm not that super familiar on constructing cubes, although I like to watch, you know, the content of cubes being played. I know that Benjamin Wheeler constructs a lot of the LRR cubes, so maybe you could look and see if he's done like a podcast about it somewhere. My cube isn't very thematic, just filled with iconic cards as well as kitchen table all-stars from my youth. I have the restriction of no cards post 2020 and no buying cards online, only from what I can get from my collection or my hands at the local store. Right, so like your cube as a theme, your theme is like pre-2020 iconic cards. Which is, you know, pretty chill cube. I don't know exactly when like the fire design of like Magic started, right? I know that impacted the design of cards like greatly, right? And things have kind of been different since, right? So you could even have like a pre-fire design cube. So, well, that'd be probably a decent theme. I think I overdid my shadows on this side a little bit. It looks all very like stripy lines. I have a large collection of bulk popper cubes. Sounds good. What is the formula for it though? How many cards? I don't know. I guess it would depend on how many players the cube is for. There's definitely someone a lot more knowledgeable about it than me. Probably just a YouTube search away or a Google search away. But I mean, Richard McNuts has built a cube, so they probably have some knowledge you could tap into. What kind of paint is this? This is golden acrylic paint. It's heavy body, so it's the one that comes in like tubes, like this, like paint tubes. But it doesn't have to be like golden heavy body acrylic. I've seen tons of artists work with all sorts of stuff. The more detail focused artists are often working with liquid acrylic, so that's the one that comes in little bottles like this, right? So that would be the liquid acrylic. And then I've seen amazing work done with model paints, airbrush paints, both kind of airbrushed and kind of dipped into the supply and just applied with a brush. All sorts of stuff. But yeah, it's like I keep meaning to try more of the liquid acrylic, but because pretty much all my paints are all like this heavy body acrylic, I tend to work just with heavy body acrylic because that's what I have, right? And then it's like to switch into something new, I would have to buy all new paints, which is kind of a big ask. Unfortunately, paint is kind of expensive. Fortunately, painting cards this small, you don't tend to need a lot of it. But there's no getting around if you buy, even if you buy like the smallest size and you buy like, you know, 6 kind of base colors to work from. You know, like a cool blue, a warm blue, a red, a yellow, a white and black, and then a brown. You're at like 6 paints already. Even if you buy like the smallest, cheapest size, you're looking at like 15 to 20 bucks depending on the color. So to switch into like a different kind of like medium from like heavy body to the liquid, it definitely adds up fast. It's like over 100 bucks if you want to just test it out. So McNuts, you're talking about the size of the cube. Is that like determined about how many players are drafting it? Or is that more like how you draft the cube? Is it like 3 packs compared to 4 packs or something? Or 15 card packs compared to 18 card packs? Adding in some shadows here. Giving these clouds a little bit of shape. I'm going to just get a little bit of watery with this blue. And kind of just put down like a wash of shadows in here. Instead of these like hard lines, I'll soften them up. The drafts are always 3 packs. It's differentiated by the number of players. Okay. Typical is 6 players drafting. I'm getting a master class on cube building here. So the smallest cube out of these options, at the very least, was what, 360 cards, and that's not including lands except like non-basics, right? I presume. Let's see, I have 6 people to make 6 decks. That's 360 cards, right? Easy peasy. Quick maths. Are you making 60 card decks or 40 card decks when you cube draft usually? It's funny, I say I watch like a lot of cube drafting content, but I don't really like pay attention to the little details like that. Just like a talking head, like, I'm trying to build a storm deck, and I'm like, cool, he's trying to build a storm deck. But I don't really focus on those little details, those oh so important details. Come in with the pink clouds over top of this and carve our shapes back out a little bit. You end up with 45 cards, 40 card deck. Okay. So yeah, you get some selection, some leeway to make some, picks that weren't exactly what you're going for, or you're still figuring out kind of what your deck's goal is going to be. Very good, very good. I'm liking this one, how this one looks on the right hand side in particular. This one will look a lot nicer We're going to be getting rid of this stinky line that's hanging out. Don't really want it. Carving away at that here. I've painted minis, Warhammer, and D&D, but haven't actually considered doing what you're doing. I probably could give it a shot. Hard part is already done, doing all that initial work. If you have the paints lying around, give it a go. That's what I say. You know, start with some rather inexpensive cards that you don't mind, you know, experimenting with. Give it a shot. See if you have fun doing it, right? That's an important factor if you enjoy it. I happen to enjoy it quite a lot, frankly. Type of person where, you know, I find creating something from nothing to be rather difficult. But yeah, these cards are very inspirational for me. I just pick up a brush and I already kind of have a direction that I'm going in. It's very helpful. Sometimes I can feel a little like I wish I had more creative spark and more internal vision. But it comes and goes, and I think just starting to paint more has helped with developing that as well. Even if a decent amount of my painting is doing extensions like this. For the longest time, my like creative outlet was just like deck building, and I didn't even like stop to think that like it was a creative outlet for me. I was building all these decks, but I was never actually purchasing the cards. I was never actually putting it together and playing it. It was just kind of like a hidden boss creative outlet. I hadn't really stopped to consider why I was so obsessively building decks, right? Other things that have been like that is like I'll play a video game. One of those video games, I'll play like Diablo 2, and I'll be like trying to build the silliest character build I can instead of just playing something more standard, right? Like playing like a paladin that's focused on the charge skill and just like repeatedly slamming into enemies. It's like, oh, this is just like how I'm choosing to be creative, right? But at the moment I am choosing more painting and stuff like that, and then I can play video games more like a normal person. I can brew a deck that I actually more intend to play rather than just look at every card on Scryfall and find little synergies as a creative outlet. So yeah, this has been a really good creative outlet, and I've noticed like other parts of just how I interact with things kind of changing up as I'm not like so starved for a creative outlet anymore that I have to do it in all my deck building and all my playthroughs of games as such. It's kind of cool, like you don't have so much of those pink clouds, but I really like what's going on here regardless. And at the very top, we'll put our circle over top of all these cards that we've clouds that we've like painstakingly carved out. After all that, we're probably just gonna put that circle over top of them. Alright, I'm just dropping in kind of some really wet paint. I'm just gonna let the kind of paint go where it wants to go. And after that, I'll kind of carve the shadows back down. But this will just kind of like help fill in space so that I don't have like these craggly, sharp kind of bits to them. It all needs to be really nice and soft. So I'm just kind of lightly dumping some shadows in where the lines are looking a little sharp. Deck building tends to get exhausting. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing it like really habitually, it's kind of like a. I wish that like my brain just was a computer that had every card in it. Instead, Scryfall is the computer that has every card in it, and you use that to search. But then, you know, you're searching like with all the syntax, and you know, maybe in one search you already have a card in the deck, but it's like showing up in your future searches as well that you have to like sort through. Like, it's fun. I enjoy deck building. I enjoy it a lot. But it's just like some aspects of it are kind of like going through the motions for the umpteenth time. It's funny, on this first one, I really made these clouds really kind of like ugly. And then I kind of got more loose with it. I was achieving more of the goal I was setting out to do as I continued on. Alright, I'm going to go back in with my pinks now. Do I paint over the text boxes as well? Yeah, sometimes. Depends on the card. On this one, I'm going to go, you know, I'm going to continue this circle up over here. I've got like a lot of examples. Let me see, I've got like my binder here. So, like on this one, I've painted kind of that. It's kind of out of focus. The focus is set to like where the card is. So I've got like my fabric and then some of these like enchanted lights as well over the text box, but I'm kind of trying to dodge the text where I can, right? Sometimes I do commissions for people and they want like certain things over the text box, and I make that happen, right? And then for like this flesh bag marauder, I kind of just had a little bit of fun with it, and I made this skull here. This was one of my like earlier altars, right? And of course, like occasionally, if it's like a rather simple like card that I can remember the effect of, like a Vault of Whispers, I'll go like full art here, and I've even painted like up over the nameplate and just floated the text of the title as well. And here's like a fun one. This was like one of my earlier altars, but this is a Grixis panorama that we've extended to be kind of like full art and just floated the border here. We left that border. So yeah, it just depends on the card, and if I'm doing it for someone and they've like made a request. Here's like a Sir Conrad, that's like the Skull Knight from Berserk. So there, it's pretty much all textless, and I've gone a little bit over the nameplate, but you know exactly who it is, right? Sir Conrad. And then here's one. This is Edgar Markov that I've gone full art. It's not quite done yet. I'm still awaiting some client feedback about the certain parts that I've extended, seeing what they think about it. So yeah. All right, let's get back into painting. We're already at a 4-hour stream, and I certainly think we're probably not half done yet. Most annoying part is trying to order cards from all over and trying to group them together for free shipping. Yeah, I know that exact feeling. where I'm at with that is like, I'm in Canada, and Canada Post, our like mailing service, is on strike. So a lot of LGSs and game shops will still use Canada Post. So it takes like 2 weeks to get any cards in if I were from them. Yeah, the Edgar one, I probably wouldn't, you know, on my own without prompting, paint on a card that expensive. Just because, frankly, I am more of a budget player, so I don't have lots of expensive cards lying around. But it's for a client, and that's what they want done, so that's probably the most expensive card. Well, it is the most expensive card I've painted on. Almost dropped my brush. Alright, I need to mix up some more of this pink here. I also did a Preston that I think I turned him into Bugs Bunny or something. That was also an expensive card. Yeah, I did like Bugs Bunny when he's wearing like the tuxedo and he's dancing around like in the end credit scene. That's what it was. Okay, we are in like the highlights level of this kind of bright pink here. Okay, we need to like combine some of these clouds together, because right now it just looks like stripes, which is not what I'm going for. There we go. Okay, turn that into one big cloud here. Connect them over at this end. Bulk up that middle part. Kind of went a little too crazy with those shadows in the background color on this one, and kind of like all combined in a strange way. So now I gotta give them a bit more randomness. Look like just like kind of tiger stripes going on there. It seems like there might be a bit of a cream color in the highlights of these clouds as well. But up top here, this is gonna have something else going over top of it, so. Whoa, mama. So I'm not too worried about that being exactly right. Expecting an apple. I'm really tempted to put more clouds up here, but whatever this is going to be in the way, so I don't need to do that. I say, and then I just do it on this one. And the fun thing is like, I'm not trying to make each card the exact same. They're all going to be like a little bit different, a little bit different shapes, a little bit different clouds and everything. And I find that really cool. That's why I'm trying to pick cards that, you know, you can do a little bit differently. That it's not just like really one thing going on. Like it's not like a chair that is like here and then I need to like, okay, I draw the other chair leg and the chair back and stuff. But kind of like magic spells happening or like natural features like a landscape like cliffs or trees or clouds. Definitely gives me room to like play around and make each card a little bit different and unique. And certain people might vibe with one a bit more than others. And this field needs to kind of get in here. Basically with this field I'm going to paint all my flowers in and then I'm going to like speckle in this kind of green grass that's behind them. Because the green grass has much stronger pigment, so it will really cover over top of the pink very easily, whereas doing it the opposite way would be quite difficult. Take a lot of layers to build up the pink over top of a green. Much layers to do it the other way. I think right here I'm just going to combine this all into one big cloud section because we got kind of the tiger striping effect that I'm not trying to do too much going on. And then at this point I'm going to just make these really soft highlights or shadows. Gotta trust the process a little bit on this one. But it's nice when kind of like the vision kind of comes to me and I'm like, oh, let's do this. Because typically I start, I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I don't really plan it too far ahead is what I'm getting at. Throwing in some highlights, continuing the same kind of structure. This kind of looks like one big kind of ball of cloud, so I'm going to try to make it into a little bunch of sections with a bunch of little highlights here instead of one just big ball of cloud. Same thing on this part here. And just do that by adding more highlights, stuff that gives it shape here. And it's always by the feel. Unless it's like a really particular card. There's one card I've been dreading. It's I don't know where my copy is. I think it's what the hell is it called? It's kind of like one of those reassembling skeleton type cards, except he's like in a lab with a whole bunch of like beakers and stuff. Not laboratory specimen, that's a frog, I think. But anyways, that card, it's got like a whole bunch of beakers and shelves, and it's like, it's not so much vibes, it's like you just have to perfectly extend the art into what's happening here. You can make this like a little smaller. On to the next card. this side was like looking so good, I was like, do I even have to touch anything over here? But I see some areas I can fix up. Add a bit more depth too, for sure. I think right in this kind of corner it needs a bit more light going on. After I finish this rotation, I'm going to take a very brief break, just refill my water, have a little snack, stretch it out. We're at what, 4 hours of sitting in the chair, so a little stretch will do me good. And then if you kind of dry brush your kind of cloud color onto the background, that's when you get the really wispy looking kind of clouds. On the more of the cloud types, there's cumulus, and then my cloud knowledge drops off a cliff. Then the only thing is you gotta make sure that your cloud should be wisping from like a central point and getting more faint, right? It shouldn't be like in the middle of the cloud. Very rarely does that occur. And even if it occurs more in nature, there's something about our human pattern recognizing brain that says it shouldn't be there, even if it, does occur in nature. I say all this, and then this part of the cloud just doesn't really want to get painted, frankly. There. You bugger. Oof, this one is pretty heavy-handed. We're just gonna go and cover that almost entirely up there. A little shadow there. Yeah, we can afford to just cover it right up since it's so kind of like dark and heavy-handed. Just paint right on top of it. Just like that. Then trying to get rid of this kind of straight line going on here. Like, why would a shadow just turn at a 90-degree angle like that in the sky? I don't think it would, right? It's kind of kooky. There we go. And all of our light, it's kind of like coming from here, especially here on this side where this sun kind of is. I say kind of because who knows exactly what the heck's going on in Teferi's situation he's crafted for us. But I think it makes sense to have all the highlights kind of pointing inwards, especially on this side. This side is a little, it's going like the opposite way, but I think it's getting timey-wimey or whatever. I'm not going to try to understand the metaphysics of what's happening. I'm just going to follow the lead of what's going on in the art. And that is more or less what's going on. Lovely stuff. These clouds are really starting to take shape. So these are those big kind of like watery splotches I put in there. Now we just kind of paint over them. They let us, get some different shapes that we can go in on. Sometimes I like to let the paint do its thing because if I start doing it, it'll start look like a pattern. I'll start kind of painting the same way. So I like to let the paint kind of run and do kind of pools of water, because it's so thin, it's pretty easy to cover back up. But yeah, this one's kind of got that kind of tiger striping that looks a little phony, so all of that part I'm just going to cover up. And we'll have some like subtle shadows peeking out, but nothing so big as it was before. I think this one will need a bit of drying before I can make anything super interesting happen there. Just because the paint, it only kind of wants to stick to itself when it's all wet like that. Okay, we'll paint up into this bit a little bit. These are kind of like wispy, kind of thin, cloudy layers. And I will pull a little bit of white in here. I feel like these clouds are all kind of wispy, and they need a little bit more definition to them. Making a mess. Just gonna put some extra paint on this line where I see it poking through. Just like that. I'll just paint over this to soften it up a little bit. Just like that. Okay. I'm going to take a brief break just to eat a little snack here. And I'm going to let the stream run. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to be back in just a couple minutes. back to the impulse. Okay, I was painting a lot of highlights for my clouds. I feel like I want to do like bulk them up a little bit. So let's see if I can make a kind of appealing color that's somewhere in between here. I don't love that, frankly. A little bit of brightness in here. It's too bright. Too bright. Abandoned post. Interesting. I think maybe the play might do a lighter blue to soften this transition, and then try to do a darker pink. I think that'll work out a lot better. I think I like that. That's a better option. Anybody know anyone at MagicCon? Any of their buddies made the road trip or the travel? I know it's crazy. I'm competing with MagicCon right now, stream-wise. But I don't know, do they actually like stream all the like side events, or is it just like the actual like tournament play that they stream? I don't know. I usually just like wait for MagicCon to be like over and like watch the content as it comes out on people's main channels. I've never like really tuned into the live MagicCon event, so I don't really know how it goes down, frankly. Yeah, this is a much better way to blend into these dark blue shadows than trying to like lower my purple. And then if these shadows are too big, I just come in with more highlights. It's like an extra step, but it'll look much better than what I was trying. I'm kind of waiting until the US is more friendly with visitors before making any trips down there from Canada. I don't want to be detained because I wanted to go to a card show. Does not seem to be something I'm interested in. Yeah, I don't know, I just saw it like pop up on my YouTube, and I don't know if they're streaming like side events or if they're just streaming like the main stage kind of gameplay, because I've never really tuned into it before. Enjoy watching magic of art happen mood of chill, yeah, I keep it pretty low key. So unfortunately, sometimes my dog decides to have a little bark attack, and that kind of disrupts the mood. But I think she's tired out now, so I think she's pretty calm. Should have a nice chill stream. What is this on my card? I don't know what the hell that is. But yeah, I don't have anything too exciting or crazy planned. It's hard to really do too much or be like a big personality or something while you're trying to paint a card, right? It takes up like a surprising amount of brain power. Even when I'm not like streaming and stuff, after like a long painting session, I definitely feel it. I feel like kind of like that good kind of version of exhausted, you know what I mean? A little bit of line here that's bugging me. Trying to brighten up my shadow just a little bit. Yeah, that's a bigger kind of transition there. Yeah, I'll come back in with the highlights and it'll look good. You just gotta trust the frickin' process. This one's actually looking pretty hype. I kinda like this one. It's funny, each card, like sometimes it's like, oh, I really like the pink clouds on this one, but the blue clouds aren't as nice. It's kind of funny doing them all in a row like this. It's definitely something you don't feel painting normally. It's like you like root for certain cards. You're like, come on, buddy, you can do it. Yeah, we're definitely blending in those kind of dark blue shadows. And then once we go back and hit it with highlights again, I think these clouds will pretty much be at their peak. There we go. If you have like the kind of like darkness in the middle of your cloud, you need to like kind of like separate it from the other clouds for it to look like it makes sense. And I'll be interested once I finish my clouds to paint the rest of this cool circle. That's going to be a really fun step. I can still see this faint line through here, so I'm just going to hit it with a bunch of paint. Color be danged. We can touch it up later. A little bit of line in there, going to touch that up. Nothing ruins the illusion more than seeing a little faint amount of the line. The line is our foe, and we must fight it at all turns. But they're mostly disappearing. I only see little tiny bits of the line here and there. But we'll get them out. Adding just a little bit of water to my brush, because there's a lot of paint in my brush, but it's all kind of worked its way into the, like, passed into the more handly bit at this point. And with these shadows, I'm like blending down into the darker blue, so that's on the bottom instead of blending up. Oh, up top is where our highlights are, down below is mostly where the shadows are. We got Sea Shanty 2, lo-fi version playing in the background. Always a good time. It's considered one of the most hype, one of the most classic songs of old school RuneScape. I must have listened to this song like 1,000 times in my youth. I'm mixing a bit more blue into my paint here. We can get a nice blend. It's like a little pink up here. Maybe a little pink is a bit better. Blending it in. Take a sip of my tea. Lovely stuff. Clouds are really starting to come together and be nice and soft, but have, like, at the same time have some definition to them. So I'm really enjoying that. We're almost done this turn of the wheel. The next one is going to be adding our highlights back to these clouds. I think after that, the kind of section of pink clouds ought to be done. Really gotta get this frickin'. I'm just gonna hit this with some bright kind of pink over here to get rid of that. Seeing a lot of the line here, unfortunately. I'm just going to paint in a little bit. Try to get rid of that. We'll see, I might have to finagle with this one. The one before one. We'll see when I come with the highlights if I can get that out of there. This one has like a lot of cloud and not that many breakups in the sky. There's not too much I actually have to soften up in here. My palette is pretty low on paint at this point. That's good. That's the last one for that. Alright. Adjusting my chair here. Okay. Gonna go back in with some highlights on the cloud. So just taking my white and mixing it up a bunch so it's just a little off white, pink. Let's see what we can do for some highlights. I'm just kind of gonna like pull it upwards with my brush strokes. For the most part. So that kind of like starts on the cloud, and as it goes upwards, it like thins out into the sky. So you can do that kind of like with your brush work, or you can kind of just smear it to fade upwards into the sky there. Both are valid strategies. It's just I'm so used to doing my time lapses where I don't want to have my finger in front of the camera like this the whole time. So I typically forget about the smear maneuvers. But very helpful for making a kind of a fade. Doing something soft like these clouds. And of course, put some highlights on the inside of the cloud too, just to break them up a little bit. Give them a little bit of shape on the inside. Just like that. And some of these I'm gonna have to come in with kind of like a cream colored highlight as well. This is where kind of the sun seems to be poking through, right? So since this is an area where the sun is, the shadow definitely needs to go. So let's just plop on a bunch of paint onto that shadow and get it out of there. Yeah. And eventually I'm going to come back in. I'll put in these little bits of yellow highlight as well. I'm just going to put a bunch here because we have this kind of two-line thing happening. And it starts to look like a pattern like that. It's a little too distracting for the eye. Sometimes this red pigment can be like really strong. So parts where it's like pointing and it's like, it's almost got like a sheen to it, like it's glossy. So there'll be certain parts where that's happening that I'm also kind of lightening up. I'm not going to smear this little bit because that's where the line is, and I'm trying to hide the line, so I don't want to thin my paint out too much right here. Oh, I headbutted my light. Yes, I said dough just like Homer Simpson. I don't know why I do it, but sometimes I do it. It's kind of a weird auto response to have, but it's big deep in there. Oh, these clouds are really coming to life now. It's starting to look pretty decent. Okay, here I'm going to try to... Oh, my brush is like, it needs a cleaning. I'm going to try to brush in this highlight that's going on. It's really shapy highlight. I think on some of my cards I've kind of lost that highlight, but it's still on this one, so we'll keep it going. This part's going to end up getting covered up anyway, but it's just part of my process. Adding in some more texture, this kind of cloud looks like it's just one big kind of bubble. I'll put it over here, and then when I add in more of this circle, it'll help make it not look like just one puffball floating in space. Ooh, those highlights are definitely hitting right there. And here it's going to be like flowers, and then last I'm going to dabble in the green on those flowers. But that's not a now thing, that's a later thing. Before I continue, I am going to fix up my brush, because see if you can see this. It's getting kind of nasty. I'm just going to rinse out as much paint as I can. Sorry if that's loud on the stream, I have no idea. I have done some testing, and each time my mic is a little bit different placement, so I think it should be okay. Alright, I've got this little kind of like pill container. Just going to open that up, put a couple drops of this brush cleaner in. Sorry, I can't tell you the brand because it's like in Japanese, so it's just something my girlfriend got in her travels for makeup brushes. So, but I'm going to just get this away from the microphone. I'm kind of going through the brush cleaning right now. So this is like a makeup brush cleaning solution. I assume it's like some portion of acetone. But yeah, I have my focus set, so there's no way this will show up in focus. Yeah, it's only focused down here, but that's pretty small. But anyways, it gets like all the paint that is in the end of the brush kind of out. And I just rinse that brush cleaning chemical out. And I do have like a fancy brush cleaning soap. So this is like the Master's brush cleaner and preserver. But in the past I've used just like dish soap as well, and it works pretty similar. So I just slightly wet my brush and rolled around in there for a little bit. Just like that. Then I typically just scrumble it around on my hand just to work in that soap a bit more. Put in a bit of water. That'll like activate it even more. I don't know, I didn't like, no master painter ever taught me this. I didn't even Google it that much, it's just my process. It seems to work okay. at the end of the day, with like your average synthetic brush, eventually your brush will reach the point where it kind of just gives up on life and you need to replace it. Oh, the bristles just become like fried. So yeah, I'm kind of just like wetting the brush and going until I see like it's no longer sudsing up. So all that soap should be out of it. And then you can just like create your point back and then let it dry with the point, kind of. But yeah, my bristles are clearly, I don't know how well you can see it, but they're still kind of sticky outy. So another thing you can do is you can kind of put your brush into some not quite like boiling water, but hot water. Boil some water and then let it sit for a couple minutes. And then any kind of paint that's stuck in your bristles and stuff should come off from that. With your synthetic brushes, sometimes it'll help extend the life a little bit. Not always, sometimes. But yeah, this brush is getting a little bit tired. However, I don't want to switch out quite yet because it's really soft and it's like perfect for doing these clouds. And I want them all to kind of look similar. I'm going to really dry off my fingers though so that I can keep smearing here without pulling up layers. My fingers are wet. It might reactivate the paint and cause the unthinkable to happen. Peel up a layer or two, which I don't want. Like I said, I'm just kind of putting my highlight on top of the cloud and then smearing it into like here we have like a little vein of sky, right? So don't want to smear too much since that vein is quite small already there. But if it was bigger, it'd be a good target to blend into. One nifty thing about, you know, art in particular, art in general, but altering cards in particular, is often you like get out what you put in. So if you see someone and they painted like a really amazing, they like repainted a Renaissance painting onto a card, you're going to be flabbergasted and you'll think like, wow, there's no way I could do it. It's too much, it's too difficult. But then, you know, my challenge to that is just ask them how long it took them, right? And when I see stuff like that, it just blows me away. Sometimes I'll just like ask like, hey, do you know how long this project took you? And then they'll say something like 23 hours, but I lost track, right? And they didn't do it all in one sitting, mind you, of course. But my point is, typically when something looks like mind-blowingly amazing, whoever made it probably spent a lot of time on it, right? And if you can kind of find the time and set aside the time and spend more time on something you're doing, probably you can make it look really good too. I'm not sure how many people out here are trying to alter cards, but it's not just cards, it goes for lots of stuff in life. It's easy, you know, to daydream about the end result of something. But typically to achieve that thing requires the time to be put in. And I know a lot of us are like, oh, I couldn't, I'm not skilled enough, I don't have the this, that. It's like lifting weights. Some people might say, oh, I don't have the genetics. It's like, is it genetics or is it, you don't have the time to put in? There's no shame in that. And it helps you determine if that end result is something that's worth your time too, right? If you like see someone who's got like a Greek god physique, right? You said, how much time do you spend in the gym? And they say, oh, I spend probably about 10 hours every week. If that's time you don't have, then you can stop being jealous of that physique, right? And just say, that's the time I don't have. I don't have to keep this in my mind, right? So yeah, just everything. Anything that's really amazing, really wondrous. Usually it took a lot of time and effort. And you can choose to decide that that's a hopeful thing for you, right? You can think, wow, if I put in the time and effort, I can get there too, right? Or you can also think, I don't have the time for this thing in my life, so I don't have to kind of like be jealous or envious of it as well. Like for example, a lot of altruists are putting out just amazing, very high detail stuff, right? And like I'm blown away and I'm like, oh, I wish it could be me. And it's like, well, if I spent 25 hours on one card, maybe it would be me. But typically I upload a short of me doing a time lapse every 2 days. So I don't really have the time to spend 25 hours on a card every 2 days. But I could change my strategy up a bit. I could also like have multiple cards that I work on, right? I do my ones for my time lapse, and then the background I do the big schnasty one. I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling. I'm just filling up the dead air. I think that's what you're supposed to do when you're streaming, right? Fill up that dead air. Oh well, it helps me get my thoughts out there as well at the same time. If I think about it as I'm saying it, who knows, I might come to a epiphany. Oh, this is a really bright highlight here. Rambling fills the noise, the void in my head. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, after this spin around, I think all these clouds are going to be in a really good spot. I'm not going to say they're like finished per se, but they're in a really good spot. I do have like some of them have more of this yellow color highlight that I can put in. Saving cool proxies, brewing deck. That's what it's all about. Where do you like find proxies? I don't even know where like people go to find them. I don't mean to purchase, I more mean to like just find cool art ideas that people have executed. this thing where I typically avoid all like copyrighted material on my YouTube stuff. Sometimes, like I said before, is like I'll paint like a Bugs Bunny on a card for someone, but typically I won't upload the time lapse of that or even record it on my YouTube. In theory, I could upload it on Instagram or something, but my other socials don't really get enough traction for me to spend a lot of time and effort on them, if I'm being honest. But that might be a chicken and egg situation. Maybe because I don't spend the time and effort, I don't get the traction. Who knows? But yeah, I know a lot of proxies use like a lot of copyrighted stuff. Link to the Discord server, yeah. Yeah, it's like whenever I see someone doing like proxies or like copyrighted stuff, people are like, how can I get this? And it's always like, yo, message me, yo, like join my Discord. It's like always this like back alley kind of vibe to it. Sorry if that's loud. I gotta fix my positioning. When I finish these clouds, I'm gonna give this brush a little break because it's definitely getting to the end of its life. And then since I'll be working on a different texture, it won't kind of change the whole vibe if I also change the brush. Yeah, this part I want to get rid of. There. Have you seen like Mana in Splinters? That's like the kind of dude I know who does a lot of proxy stuff. He's like in an Alterous Discord I'm in. Seems like a cool dude. That's crazy, like prints entire proxies of like secret lair drops. It's like, whoa, you can get away with that? Or like days after the new set dropping, he has like the whole set like proxied and available. I'm just like, yo, you're gonna get the Pinkertons at your door, my dude. Maybe I'm just too much of a chicken. Oh, this one's gonna pop once it's got these highlights in here. 'Cause it's almost like flat, this color. I think Wizards would be pretty busy if they're going to go after everyone with a printer. In regards to the proxy thing. And those highlights helped a lot, but I feel like it's still pretty dark. This card's going to need a like second round of highlights. last time I did this, it was a 13-hour stream. And I did like the cleanup, like just toothpicking the edges of the paint and really getting those straight lines on the cleanup. I did that like off stream the next day after I slept. And that was like another hour of work, hour and a half probably at least. So just know you could be in for the long haul here. Open stance on proxy. I feel like their stance is like pretty open until it comes to the point where you're selling them, right, for profit. And then like just as a business and as an entity, their stance has to be like zero tolerance, or else they would like lose the right to enforce that if that wasn't their official stance. At least that's what I think. I could be wrong. But I think like part of copyright law is that you have to enforce, you have to like provably enforce your copyright, or else you like lose it. So like if you copyright something and then a whole bunch of people are replicating it and you don't do anything about it, you're like actually at risk of like losing your copyright. Like I said, I could have failed or outdated knowledge on the matter, but that's how I've heard that it typically works. Oops. Add a little bit more in here. That print real card's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think for me, like, as far as like kind of just like protecting like my online shop and my channel and stuff, it's like I just don't want to like throw my hat into the arena in case things changed, right? You hear that all the time with like music, for example. A band will say they're small and they say, hey, you can use our stuff, no problem, right? We love it, we love the exposure and fans engaging with our stuff. And then for example, they get a record deal and now they're being managed by like a studio that does not operate that way. You hear it a lot in the music industry. Okay, I'm pretty much happy with like our mid ground here. Our bluish green clouds and our pink clouds. Now I'm kind of between doing my flowers or my kind of more hardline stuff up here. I said I would give this brush a break. So I'm just going to do a really quick version of my whole cleaning routine just with this kind of brush slope. And then I'm going to get a really fine brush, and it looks like these kind of wavy bits have just like, it's not black, it's certainly not black, but a dark line, and I'll just start making some fun shapes. You can take proxies to official tournaments if you can prove you have the real card. Yeah, I could see how that would be helpful for really expensive cards, right? I also really admire that a lot of Magic players that just like play with a $500 card and not give a damn. That's really cool. But also that's like a place of extreme privilege to be able to do that. So I acknowledge both things. Both sides of the coin. Okay. Here's probably my finest brush at the moment. Just give me 1 second. Hey, check out this impulse that I have. Look at the miscut on that. It barely has a right side. Just this huge, chunky left side. Isn't that funny? Anyways, I'm kind of looking at this one to get a closer look at what's going on. I really changed up the vibe of the clouds. They look more like kind of like faces and such. But it is what it is. Yeah, it seems like my initial line is going to be a dark purple. And then it looks like more of a bluish as you go in. But I'm going to end up just like painting over the initial line, and it won't really matter. And I'll recolor my lines at the end. Good thing I talked that one out. Playing unsleeved is a flex. I wish all the cards were like super affordable, and I would play unsleeved. Unsleeved seems like fun. You can do your bridge shuffling and all that. But it's not even like about like card resale value for me. It's like just I need my cards to remain in good condition so I can keep playing them. Now painting these super fine lines is going to be super tricky when I'm not that close to the card actually. Let's see if I can get closer without getting in the shot. Oh. Hit my phone again. Not ideal. I gotta move this. This might be like a stretch of quiet time as I get in some really fine lines here. Like I said, I went through the effort of making all these clouds, and then a bunch of them are going to end up getting covered up anyway. But I kind of tend to prefer painting back to front. I know I shouldn't because it adds like some layers, but I paint super thin, so I'm not too worried about the layers. You could also do some shapes that kind of show off a bit more of this cloud as well. Something like this. It's not clear what this kind of amalgam in the sky is. So we can take as much liberty as we want with it, really. I feel like I don't give Wizards much money at all. I pretty much never buy. sealed product. But I guess, you know, buying any cards adds, you know, fuel to the fire that is the demand for cards. So I guess I do, you know, in a third party sort of way, add to the wizard's coffers. I'm gonna have to find a way to do these like super thin lines further in. But I'm just kind of blocking off where this kind of shape is gonna start at the moment. So it doesn't have to be perfect, but I'm definitely gonna have to find a way. It's kind of tricky with my camera setup at the moment. This one a little differently. I like my clouds up there, I don't want to hide them. There we go, we're all the way around. I'm going to go in with a more of a greenish color in here. Oh man, that purple does not want to come out of my brush. Such a strong color. I'd like to have some fancy cards, but WotC don't make it affordable / available. Not to mention expensive secondary market. Yeah. I typically just like play budget stuff and avoid the competitive kind of formats. It's kind of the route I've taken. Now, if you proxy a card, let's say you own one copy of it, can you go to a tournament with a playset proxied and be like, here's my one I own? And they give you the thumbs up on that? Or do you need to own 4 copies? I already have some yellow on my palette I can use here. I'm going to be making this kind of like bluish, I don't know. It's got so many colors in there, it's hard to say I'm going to make one color here and it's going to work for it all. But we'll see what we can work with. Minimum 1, okay. I'm going to use this kind of turquoisey greenish color as a base for up top. I think here it's going to have to be more of that like pink. I'm just going to paint it across, and then where it fades to like, well, kind of outside of the portal is where its color is changing, so I think everything outside of that area can afford to be this kind of greenish color for the most part. you can bring more than one. Yeah, and Commander, it's just one of fun of. What I want to do is I want to. There's like one altarist, and he or she, they, I have no idea. I'm not that, I don't know. But they make like Dr. Seuss altars. And one, I think Dr. Seuss is like public domain at this point. And then they like don't use the card's text, they make it like whimsical and Seussical. And because of that, they can like print them without any worries of copyright or anything like that. But they make kind of proxies of all sorts of cards. I want to do something like that with like certain select cards that really irk me to acquire copies of, such as like any of the cards where you can play more than one in your deck, the Persistent Petitioners, the Relentless Rats, the Heir Apparents. So one thing I'd like to offer on my website is just something like that where I'm not infringing any copyrights, but if people want to get like 100 kind of stand-ins for this difficult card to acquire, not 100, but probably like 30 or something in your deck, then it's like you can get them all in one space. It's not even about making money, it's because frankly I want them. Like I need, especially in Pauper Commander, there's so many decks where I'm like, oh, this would go crazy as a Heir Apparent deck. Slime Against Humanity is another card like that, it's a common. Dragon's Approach is another one. There's just like, it's like all of them, all the ones where it's like you can play as many as you want in your deck, they're like all commons. And it'd be fun to have like a deck based around like each one. Dang, I'm definitely gonna have to mix up more of this color. Here's more yellow. Here's more blue. I'm gonna need more blue though. Where's my blue? I have so many tubes just sprawled around my desk. Oop, get in there. This is going to take like a few layers to hit the opacity of this green I'm looking for. Oh, this is way too foresty now. There we go. Let me just go color check this. It's still too green. Needs more blue. Needs a little bit of white. It's a little bold right now. A little splashy. And I'm going like almost all the way with it. And then it's gonna fade into like a blue over here. And this part is gonna Similarly fade into a blue and then a purple. Total time elapsed is just reaching the 5 hours, 5.5 hours mark. And of course, there's some setup to the stream, so about 5 hours and 15 minutes ago I started actually painting here. Before that I was taping the cards to the wheel and double checking some camera angles and sending out my stream link to some friends, stuff like that. Typically, for me to alter one card, a kind of extension like this might take anywhere between 4 or 5 hours for one. So last time I did 8 cards like this, it took me about 13 hours. So it's definitely more efficient than painting one card at a time. If I do like a full art card, it can take easily double 5 hours. All depends on the card and style. I have to go over these a few times. I need this to kind of look really like flat in color. So I'm making the green kind of like flat as turquoise, and then from either edge I'll fade in from there to get these kind of colors. At least that's my plan. We'll see how it works. Cards are definitely coming together. I think this is like a really great option of card to extend. It's very lovely original art. And I think it just looks really cool. And it's got a lot of like subtle variation to it, so no single part is taking up too much of your attention. Sometimes there's a part of the card that's like so attention grabbing that kind of makes it kind of pointless to extend it. I feel that way with kind of that the printing of Fellware Stone, where the guy's in like the red robe and you have like photorealistic hands and that like glowing stone. Alright, well, enjoy your rest. It's been great having you in here and chatting it up a little bit. Enjoy your big screen watching. You're chilling out. See you around sometime. And hopefully I'm done by the time you wake up. I've got my one UK viewer. Every time he goes to bed, I'm like, oh god, I can't be doing this when he wakes up. So I better be done when you wake up, or I'm gonna be grumpy. Almost gone around the wheel with my turquoise top color here. So this very top part of the wheel is my base layer that I did with acrylic Sharpie, and sometimes my paint doesn't really want to stick to that acrylic Sharpie so much, so that's why I'm like painting really watered down, just to give it another little dry back to the normal paint that it's just better at binding with than the whatever binder that acrylic Sharpie has in it. And that should be the last bit of base layer sticking out. And there it should be kind of all smooth sailing. Wonderful, wonderful. Alright, so this looks like layer number 2 on our kind of turquoise green kick. So we should see the color really filling in as we go in this pass around the wheel. Okay, yeah, that's that one that was that like pure base layer. Okay, gonna have to mix a little more blue and green. Oh wait, I got lots of blue on my palette right now. Just need the yellow. There we go. So these tubes I've pretty much been using the whole time. I've never had to like rebuy a color yet. This is like 6 months of painting. This is probably like 60 plus cards I've done. And the tube barely has a dent. My most used color is my white and black. And this is 6 months of going at it, right? Now they have a little bit of dents in it, right? But like 80% of my cards get like base layer whited, a few layers. And after 6 months I still have like 80% of the tubes. So this is a great affordable kind of way to paint. You use very little paint in creating these altars. And a little goes a long way. Especially the way I do it, I'm always like using as little as possible to mix on my palette. You know, part of doing 8 cards at once is I need to mix a lot larger of a quantity of paint, so it's a little bit of a challenge for me. to get out of my frugal ways. Just pulling in all this blue. It's looking very green. I want to look more blue than green, but it looks very, very green. Over here it doesn't look so bad. Yeah, it's kind of a turquoise. I need some white. It's very saturated right now. Let's pull some white in here, and that should help it out a lot. Yeah, it's kind of a greenish turquoise. It's more or less what we're going for. I think I'm gonna lighten it up a little more. Yeah, we have mixed a large amount of paint here. Lovely. Okay. Let's get into it. So yeah, my vision is the top is going to kind of fade into this light green from the purple of this side and then kind of blue on this side. But I'm just basing the green, the turquoisey color, and I'm going to fade into it from there. Yeah, that's a lot lighter, but that's more of what I'm looking for. And that original layer was a little too dark. Making all my brush strokes kind of go upwards, just so it kind of lines with the eye and it catches much less light when you're looking at the card and its usual kind of like vertical orientation. So anytime I can help it, especially when I'm doing the layers closer to the base of the card, I'm always making my brush strokes go upwards and onwards. Just like that. I feel like I mixed way too much of this color. Just talking about like how much paints last and blah blah blah, and I was like, mix away, baby. Just a little bit of siren action, a little bit of ambient ambulance going on. A little bit of ambient ambulance. Ambulance, ambience. Yeehaw! Slowly we're getting there. What an undertaking. What an undertaking. You can get out the way, please. this turquoise color is starting to get pretty flat as I go through on the cards. It doesn't have to be perfectly flat, but I'm trying to get it quite flat. That way when I blend back into it from either side, the blending goes kind of predictably smooth. And I don't think it's super kind of like turns this color, the original art, but we're kind of just doing a play on it to make it a bit more interesting. There's definitely undertones of green going on with this turquoise. And it kind of matches our cloud shapes down here. So yeah, this was a layer of the card that, before I put a bit more paint on, was a base layer of acrylic marker. The paint wasn't sticking to it so well, but now with this layer of paint, it's clearly sticking a lot better. Definitely starting to warm up though. Let me open my door a little. Oh, it's all the way open. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Alrighty. I think from this layer, for most of these cards, I'll be able to start doing the edges of this structure, whatever it is going on here. Okay, this one's probably more green than I need it to be, frankly, already. Let's keep rolling there. This is about as green as I need it to be, but the spottiness is what I want to fix up here. Same here, just a little bit of spottiness. Same story here. I'm just mixing some water into it because I just want it to kind of fill in some cracks. Lovely. Excellent. Lovely, lovely. Those are all filled in pretty decently. back. I think I'm going to do a little pause here. Let me see. Let me see. I need a little note. My handy dandy notepad. Whew. That could have been dangerous. My apologies if anyone's trying to chill out. Alright, we've made a lot of good progress here. I think I'm gonna just take a step out and go for a little walk with my dog here. But like I said, the stream doesn't end until the cards are done. So, small dog walk. If you just tuned in, I'm sorry. But I'm gonna go for a little dog walk, about 15 minutes. So, I'll see you around. I'm going to just mute the stream besides chill background music. Yellow. I'm not trying to jump scare anybody, but I am back in business. Little dog walk after, 6 hours of streaming. It's nice to get up and do a little stretching. And a walk around the neighborhood really helps you get back into it. Okay. Alrighty. So here I'm going to start putting in kind of like this turquoise edge that's on some of these cards. It's really light. like that. They don't all have to be the same here. But yeah, I'm just kind of putting in a single line on each of these ones, so this part's gonna go pretty quick here. After this, we're going to be doing some real crazy line stuff shortly. That I'm quite honestly dreading a decent bit here. Just a little subtle green over here. Very subtle. Back from break and I'm spinning the wheel like a madman. I'm rejuicified. We got our second wind, baby. This kind of turquoise really watered down at the moment here. My dog's curious as to what's going on. I don't think I'd be able to explain it to her even if I tried. Go hang out with Belinda. You don't have to be here licking me. You got other things you could be doing. This one's a little light on these green tones. Okay, I think now I have to draw some fine lines that I've been dreading, unfortunately. So what does this purple look like on top of the green? That's a question. It kind of washes out a bit. Okay, I think we'll go with a really dark blue. I'm gonna have all these little fine lines. This part's gonna be really tricky because one, my setup is very much in the way of me getting close to the cards. And two, it's like the end of the day and I've been streaming 5 hours, so I'm looking like really schlubby, so I don't really want to be on camera. Alrighty. Let's see. Is this coming across? Yeah. I'm gonna switch over to my kind of freshest brush. It's a 0 round. And we're gonna try putting in some thin lines, which is not my strong suit. I will have you know. This might not be the most riveting talking period of the stream. So I'm going to be quite absorbed into this. But we'll see. We'll see. A little bit of ambience outside. Ambulance. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. My dog does not like the ambulance, I guess. Sorry about that. Calm down now. Now, one nice thing is these lines don't have to be doing anything in particular, but they should of course be interesting. So I'm just going to try to make them as interesting as I can. There's going to be a few layers of paint on top of these. I'm going to fade kind of both sides of the green mass into like a purpley color, so they don't have to look like anything in particular, and they're going to get some kind of layers to hide their current imperfections, and then I might even have to, you know, just do the really fine finishing touch at a different angle. We'll see. We'll see what works out. I think I'm inventing a line here that shouldn't exist, but looks a little funny without this line. So I'm going to put it in there. Just like that. Going to be a lot of finicky line work, unfortunately. But this is the only part of the card that has lots of super kind of like tight work. Everything else is pretty loose, so this is the price I pay in order to make a bunch of clouds and a really relaxed sky. Maybe we add a little loop-de-loop here, really shake it up. Really threw a wrench into the whole thing with that one. paint is not applying very smoothly. Could be a skill issue though, so let's see if I can thin it out a little bit. Oh yeah, that's better. A little bit of motorcycle backfiring action. Not sure if that was loud or not, or if you could hear it. Downtown living, baby. Always get a little bit of that, a little bit of ambulances, especially if the window's open. Now that summertime, the window's gotta stay open, else it gets pretty hot. It's pretty hot in here. I think doing this part will be like the trickiest part of the whole altar, because it's not just these lines. The lines is one thing, but then like the shading between the lines is like every single line has its own gradient in between, which I'm not looking forward to super much, but in theory perhaps as we get deeper into it there's less gradient. These lines are a little bigger than they ought to be at the moment. We're going to get a lot of layers. Not a lot, but we're going to get a few layers over top of them and they'll fade away because of that. Become a little more subtle. Yeah, why can't the lines cross? Nobody said the lines can't cross. There's no rule in the rule book saying the lines can't cross. Can also just like make it a bit easier on myself by making like just a big section. If I make like big sections, it's less total gradients I have to do. Right? Man, we're getting a lot of ambience. Must be a busy night. Look at these lines, baby. Let's go for a real wacky line here. Look at that one. stuff. Oops. A little thicker than I meant it to be. 2 in a row. I might have to do this with a micron pen. Then maybe do a few layers over top of the pen so it doesn't stick out the way micron pens typically do. Probably not the worst idea because these are super fine. I just can't get my head close enough to paint them that fine at the moment. Too much junk in the trunk. My dog is alerted. Nope, she's laying down in her bed. No worries, crisis averted. Doing some bigger lines. These lines in here. Let me see what we can do with our last little one. I think after I do these lines, altered by alters, looks like you had quite some chat earlier. Yeah, we talked a bit about proxies, I suppose. It's interesting stuff. I know very little about proxies, and I always err on the side of like avoiding any possible copyright situations, so because of that, I'm very uninformed about that world, so I learned a few things. A lot of people say it's like, oh, Wizards is like really lax about it and stuff, but I mean, they could change their policy on that in any given moment, so I don't really trust such things. As true as they might be currently, they can always change. It's kind of gotten a little bit quiet. I'm gonna probably do the same thing I did last time and eventually go into quiet mode after X amount of hours. We started doing them proxies, that is. I don't know why so many people think they have any branding or copyright issues. Yeah, you know, of course, if you paint it all by hand, right? But some people will like paint a branded character on like a magic card that does have rights owned by Wizard of the Coast, and then they'll just like photocopy it and sell it, right? You're like messing with 2 different layers of like copyright at that point, right? It's just not something I'm interested in. But are some projects I want to do. I want to, for like for a forest or something, I want to like have my own hand painted forest and plains and swamp and all the basic lands, and then more or less just avoid the copyrighted mana symbols that Wizard has, and then just sell like a land pack. On my website I could sell a pack of my forest for $50 or something. Not $50. I think I misspoke there. I could sell a pack of like 50 forest. I don't know how much for it, but I'd have to look at printing costs. Yeah, exactly. It's only fair game if you're like respectful of the game and you do it properly, right? But some people treat it like it's the wild, wild west. Wicka, wicka, wild, wild west. Now, I have this situation where these lines are super clumsy, but I'm going to be going over it with some washes and stuff, which will kind of like fade away the clumsiness of the lines. But what I want to do is I want to go really fine over them with maybe a micron pen. But I don't know if I'll like the look of it, to be honest. I think I'm just going to go in with my washes, and this might be a thing where I have to, like, in the cleanup phase tomorrow, redo the tiny lines when I can actually, like, put my head down here. But yeah, I'm not currently in love with all the little lines, but we'll get there. Rome wasn't built in a day. Although my time allowance for this project is a day. So kind of a crappy metaphor to use in this situation. Space Fantasy Wild Wild West. Sorry, it's more like the Thunder Junction. The Thunder Junction West. I'm going too fast in this. I gotta think here. So yeah. This is where it's going to be really tricky to emulate. But yeah, I need like have like a pink and glow to each of these. And I presume once I get more into the top of the card, that glow isn't so important. Won't be as pronounced. Yeah, let's cover this line up here. Same thing down here. But yeah, I have certain cards that I want to like do one copy of, and then, you know, in a very copyright safe and respectful way, make some quote unquote proxies of. I don't know, I just have like what is the word? What is the thing called when you have a strong, quick reaction to something? Knee-jerk. I have a knee-jerk reaction when I hear like proxies. Not because I'm like an elitist or anything like that, just because in my opinion a lot of the time they're done in a very ignorant way. Now you have markers. There's definitely a few basing techniques I want to show you that'll help you out your time even more. Yeah, like knowing which color. Well, I just have, mind you, I only have black and white at the moment, right? I don't have the colored ones. So, but yeah, watching y'all stream, I noticed that there's different times when to apply which kind of color as the base, going lighter to dark or dark to light and stuff like that. Yeah, visceral reaction. Yeah, that also, yeah. But I was thinking of like that classic like knee-jerk reaction, like responding really emotionally and like without thinking. It's just an application of how to physically draw the marker in to shape it to what you'll paint over it. Bro, it's just some 3D chess right now. I'm really happy with how the like cloudy stuff turned out. When I look at like the original art, it's, you know, not really like the original art, but doesn't mean I can't be happy with how it looks. And probably, to be frank, I wasn't going to recapture the original art on 8 cards in one stream. That's like kind of the advantage of doing 1 card at a time, is I can get really granular about smaller details. I hate drawing in swirls when you're gonna paint in fluffy clouds. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I made a proxy for Candelabra of Tanos as purposely as cursed image as I could get it. Do you have a picture? Next time I'm in the stream, you can just show me too. I feel like, you know, this top part is going to be the most difficult part of this card. This is all done. Pretty much done. I say done, but anything could always use some touch-ups. But yeah, I think this top part is going to be the trickiest, and then after that, I don't know, I'm just going to go like vibey clouds on the bottom. And I'm going to have to try to shape out some of that kind of lilac shapes. Don't really know exactly how I'm going to do it yet, but we'll figure it out when we get there. I put the mana cost where future site frames put it. Okay, like up here. But it's a modern frame painted in the colors of a retro. It's a modern frame painted in the colors of a retro frame. Is it painted in like artifact? You like repaint it as artifact colors, I'm guessing? So it's like brown? You made the frame like brown? Is that right? Why is this so not correct here? Yeah, artifact mud brown, sent on Discord. Alright, I'm gonna pop over and take a look. I feel like it's just the 2 of us anyway at this point. We can make it if we try. Let's see here. The Discord. No. Oh my goodness. Candelabra of Tanos. It's it looks like the left-handed cards they did, where the text was on like the other side or whatever. The aggressive circling of the candelabra is pretty ingenious. Therese Nielsen incoming. That's pretty fun. That's pretty fun. mean, where else are you gonna put that mana symbol? I flipped the text like the mirror promos. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Dude, that's wild. It's funny because like it's like kind of like the life finds a way thing. It's like players wanting to play with these cards on the reserve list that aren't printed or crazy expensive. Life finds a way, my dude. Players gonna play. Don't hate the players, hate the game. The players just want to play the game and they'll find it out how. It's crazy that I'm like literally painting like a bubblegum pink onto the card right now. It looks like kind of chill. Can't feed it after midnight. Using your card some sort of gremlin? Sorry, it's a mogwa until you turns into a gremlin, right? Mogwa. Mogwa of the Candelabra? And it's just like you know, what is the guy's name before he turns into a crazy gremlin? Gizmo or something? Yeah, what if I make my Magus deck, but I make them all Mogwas? I make them all little gremlin guys. That'd be pretty cute. Mogwa, the Candelabra. Something's starting to happen as I add this pink. I don't know exactly what it is, but something's happening. Doesn't have to make sense. It just has to look like it was done on purpose to some degree. Alright, I need more juice. Mogwai of the Bazaar right now. Mogwai of the Bazaar. Mogwai has wares if you have the coin. Just a merchant Mogwai. Are y'all like taking a break on the stream, or how's y'all's stream going? say y'all a lot because it's kind of like my gender inclusive word that works well for me. I'm just not good at like saying they, for example. I used to say like my dude, but then, you know, a lot of people will think you're like gendering the male if you say my dude, right? So then I used to say duder, but then still as misgendering has become like more of a thing than even saying duder didn't feel quite right to me. So that's why I say y'all so much. Finishing a break right now at this visit. Stop for dinner. I'm gonna hop back on soon and legit paint until I can't think. On the internet, dude and dude are different. Yeah, I know. I can't even pronounce them the same way. There's dude and then there's dude. Dude. What up, dude? Alright. Now I've kind of got that first layer done. Now I can smear. I just need to like get a layer in and see how it looked. And I'm gonna like smear into this kind of green, and then from the opposite side, I'm gonna lay down like a kind of relatively dark purple, and then smear it kind of in. So there's gonna be like a bright pink, and then a dark purple, and all of it's gonna have like these kind of green undertones. That's my vision. We'll see how well it comes to fruition. But like I said, it's kind of like vibey, so I think it's not like I'm trying to achieve a certain texture or something. As long as it looks like I did it on purpose, and I did the similar thing on purpose, it'll be fine. So what time now? I'm almost at 7 hours. I think, oh, whoa, mama. I think probably another 13 hours is not out of the realm of possibility, frankly. But we'll see. I'm hoping I get it done faster than that, but also I'm not rushing it. I want it to be done well. And that's the thing, my Teferi's time twist, looking at the cards, is I think the amount of quality sacrifice to do all of them at once, I'm not kind of comfortable with. I want to do better on this batch, and I feel like I already am doing better quality-wise, so that's good. Yeah, it'll be alright. Nothing to worry about. I am quite... My only worry is that I will not be done and Crispy will wake and be like, "You're still painting?" I'll be like, "God damn it." Yes, I'm still painting. I'm like, "You couldn't have slept in a little bit? Give me a little bit of time." You try painting 8 cards to get back to me. But yeah, that was like on my mind last time, and then it did happen. I was like, oh man, it's on my mind again. Not the end of the world though, it's just kind of funny. It's just kind of a meme more than a reality that actually troubles me. Uh-oh. I painted that wrong, actually. It's okay. blend it in. I went for like a little dog walk earlier. Really helps after like sitting down for 6 hours straight to get up and go for a, you know, a little 20-minute walk. It doesn't have to be super long, but it really helps my back. Sometimes you make me feel lazy by comparison for real, especially for border extensions. I'll get things to a point and then go, well, it looks like the card, that's all they get. I don't know. I don't think it's about laziness. It's just like, I think it's more or less me trying to overcompensate for not, you know, like being as artistically like having a strong like either style or artistic vision, right? So I would much rather like have a style where everyone's like, man, I love your style, it's so cool. Like, I've always wanted a kind of like card in your style. Or, I mean, we're all like envious of others, kind of by human nature. I try to catch it when it happens to me, but it does happen. But yeah, I think it's not about, you know, work ethic or anything like that. It's just me trying to compensate for my lack of kind of original style. And a little bit of like self-talk, like, oh, this is what I'm good at. I'm good at extending my borders, right? And people want to be good at something. We all want to be good at something. And also, you know, if you look at the cards I choose to do, they're all I typically go for ones that aren't super crazy difficult to extend as well. Only when I get a commission for a really tricky card is when I end up doing tricky ones. I don't put that curse on myself. I also want to work at forming a more distinctive style with you. I'm really good at helping artists find their flair. Like growing up, I doodle and draw as a kid, and I typically wasn't like copying other stuff, or I certainly wasn't doing extensions when I was a kid. And my style mostly seemed to be like working with armor and swords and knights and stuff, right? It's no coincidence that I fell in playing a high fantasy, for the most part, game. I know that Magic is kind of straying away from that high fantasy vibe these days, but so yeah, my previous artistic style was mostly dudes in big sets of armor. And I see stuff like Berserk, and I'm like, damn, I wish I could paint or draw like that like heavy line style. But realistically, my style would probably be like more cartoonish, because I don't have a strong vision in my head of stuff, right? So it's not like the vision is there, I just don't have the skill to achieve it. I think I just don't have the vision in my head so much. So because of that, probably my style would be like just kind of cartoony, more simplistic. But that's why I like doing extensions, because I don't have to have a vision. The art is like right there, and I can see kind of what I'm trying to emulate, and then I can just have at it, right? I was listening to I think it was the Command Zone I was listening to. And they're talking about no way, it wasn't the Command Zone. It was Shivam and Wheeler Love Magic, so another magic podcast, and they did kind of like a sponsored episode about this like magic art website. I can't really remember it, but they're talking about how when, for example, they take like a card art and they transfer it onto a playmat, not them, but like the companies that do it with all the copyrights and everything in place. I'm gonna finish my story and then I'll like go back to like something relevant to what I just read. But they're talking about how when these companies, they like take the card art or promo art from Wizards or something and they put it onto a playmat, they often have to like make some changes to it, crop it or whatever, right? And Wheeler was saying that some companies end up like using AI to like crop or change or extend the art, but this company uses like actual, a whole retinue of like digital artists that are like specializing in kind of extending the art. I was like, that's so cool. It's like being an altarist, kind of like, but for like your day job. And I was like, man, that'd be so cool. Now it would require, one, being a lot more skilled than I am now. But also two, and this is the big one, being like a digital artist, right? But anyways, that's my little anecdote. Is like, never in a million years would I have guessed like that's a job, a full-time job that people are out there getting paid to do, is extend the art of cards so that it's usable for playmats. Now, as far as the traditional animation thing, my thought is I do have an altar coming up that I'm really excited about. I'm going to be doing the Mayhem Devil as the devil from Cuphead. So I'm really looking forward to that one. And it's going to be the form in which like his like head turns into the spider. I don't know if you're familiar. I think I've heard you mention Cuphead before. And as like a traditional animator, I'm sure you know all about Cuphead. But yeah, the form in which his head like turns into a spider and pops off his body. And I'm going to be trying to do that as a full art. So that's going to be like kind of a big project for how I usually do things, but I mean, if I like working in kind of that style, maybe that's something I can latch on to and consider in the future. Very squash and stretch, yeah. What was it called? Like, what they call it? Like called rubber hose or something? Kind of when they've got like the really kind of high contrasting colors and black and whites and kind of noodly arms like that. I think they call it like the rubber hose style or something. That is going to be so much hype to your channel considering live Cuphead altering. Yeah, I don't see, like, that's not for a commission, that's just like a project I want to take on. So that might be a thing that I do. I could see myself doing it live. It's kind of like meaningful to me because me and my good buddy just finished Cuphead, like last month, playing 2-player. It was really fun. Definitely formed some good memories for me. And yeah, just beautiful game. The art, the music, sound effects, the gameplay is so rock solid. It do Cuphead Alter with me. Yeah. Like I've said, I'm very interested in like even maybe like being in a voice chat or something and multi-streaming. I just think it's more engaging for the audience. I mean, it's a lot to ask of like an audience to just like watch a card be like slowly painted, right? And the progress is obviously much slower when there's 8 cards, so the wheel adds like some fun drama to the whole thing, right? But at the end of the day, it's still kind of a long, slow process. But each time I do one of these long streams, I slowly inch towards getting my viewership hours that I need, my long form hours. I think I'm at like 450 I need now. And my next binder tour should probably pull in about 150 hours, even if it's one of my more kind of slept on videos. Because sometimes they pop off, sometimes they get a little slept on. The algorithm's funny that way. But I think it should probably be a good one, because that'll be like my 6-month one, so I could put something that kind of like breaks the mold, like half a year of painting altars every day. That looks nice. So yeah, and then I'm gonna have like 2 pages of my binder that are just like this, like 8 cards. So page 1, Altifairy's Time Twist. Page 2, all impulses. I do have to send Crispy his Time Twist though. But I'm gonna try to seal these right away and then record that, like kind of the whole opening segment ahead of time, and then when I finish recording the rest, then I'll be like, oh, I only have 7 of these left. And then I could even be like, if you want to get one of these, you can go check out my shop. That's something that didn't exist last binder tour. So yeah, I hope this next one kind of pops off, because there's like some self-promo I can do in it. It's kind of like a big milestone number, 6 months, right? I'll probably try posting in like the Altars Discord and that Altars Facebook group and the Magic Altars subreddit. Just post it wherever I can. But I don't really like posting my videos places, because if you post them and the people the algorithm finds for you are more likely to be engaged with your stuff, right? If I post it somewhere and someone clicks onto it and they see like, oh, it's 20 minutes long, and they click off of it, that's just telling YouTube that like this video is not good, right? So I don't really like to post my stuff places. What I might do is like let it rock for a few days, let the algorithm do its work, and then when I see it slowing down, then post it kind of everywhere. And that's kind of what I tell myself, and then I forget to post it. That's my typical cycle. Like, okay, I'm gonna let it rock for 3 days, and then I'll post it everywhere, and then I just forget to. just get caught up in other kind of projects. I stay very busy, unfortunately. And also, unfortunately, my package that I was hoping for in the mail didn't come. And like 3 of my commissions are dependent upon this package showing up. And it's been so long. It's been like over 2 weeks now in the mail. It's kind of just like embarrassing for me to, you know, just checking in. I'm ready to go on your card. I just need it to show up in the mail. I'm sorry, but I kind of forgot that my Canada Post is on strike because I've been sending everything out through a third-party postal service. So all the stuff I'm sending out goes out really nice, but all the stuff I'm trying to get in is so slow. A week delay is good. It's delay. A week delay is good. It's the delay everyone with a Patreon uses. Delay for what? Like shipping? Patreon. I wonder if I should ever start a Patreon. I don't think so. Maybe that'd be like a 5K subscriber goal. I feel like if I made a Patreon, I would just like give everyone a discount who has a Patreon. It would probably just like neutralize out the anything on the Patreon. Delay for video re-upload. They'll release through Patreon. Okay. Oh yeah, I see. I was talking about like my binder and you know, sending it off to places after it's kind of did its time in the algorithm. Yeah. So, but like the Patreon, it's like exclusive video, right? How do they do that? Oh, they upload it right to Patreon and then they upload it to YouTube. Interesting, interesting. Does Patreon have like, I don't know, I don't really follow anyone on Patreon except like free follows. I just don't got it like that. I am not a patron. I'm not wealthy like that, unfortunately. So I don't know, does Patreon have like its own like video service? It must, right? People are uploading it to there. Or is it just like a raw file that you like watch on your computer? That'd be wild though. Trusting your audience with a like raw footage of what you're gonna upload in a week. Your very next step. I feel like, I don't know, just in my mindset, it's like a lot of things in this world a lot of social behavior is what is the word for it? What is the phenomenon? It's like a social phenomenon where if there's a group of people and multiple people do something, kind of the rest of people will just kind of like follow. Social pressure, right? So I feel like if you have kind of a decent, like really loyal crowd, they can kind of build that, like, it sounds really sinister though, but it's like they can be like the example in the like community that you need to get it going, to make other people want to be there, right? So I think it's important to develop some degree of like some really strong fans who can increase the excitement for the newer fans, right? Or the less enfranchised. So my mindset is I feel like if I have like a dozen really chill people, that'd be a good spot to open up kind of a community for others to possibly join. But because I've got like the partial monetization on YouTube, I could have like a members, like the YouTube members thing. And I could have turned that on like months ago, probably like 2 months ago, but I just haven't really thought of what the incentives would be. And I think I want to like upload more long form videos. A lot of my subscribers are from watching my shorts, right? And short subscribers are known to be more like fair weather than long form subscribers. So I feel like I really want to lock in kind of long form ideas that people really resonate with. I don't think the binder tours are enough because I can only really release like one a month. I was kind of like hoping that this wheel idea would like take off. In my mind I was doing the math and I was like, if I sell out of cards every time I do a wheel, like that's enough to like live on, right? And then the rest of the week I can like, you know, do like commissions and just do more hype videos for the short term. But unfortunately I haven't gained that much traction yet. I feel like there's kind of this wall in the altar space a bit, that it's truly like all about quality rather than quantity, and I just feel like I'm not skilled enough to attract the whole quality crowd as much. Not yet, I'm developing it, right? But you know, I'll post somewhere that I'm altering 8 cards at once and everyone sleeps, whereas a really kind of like groundbreaking, amazingly well done altar that gets a ton of attention, right? Your average extension doesn't get that much attention, but the extensions are good for like YouTube in particular, where people are more persnickety. They like to see the classic art. They like to see classic cards kind of get some flowers, but they don't want to see too much off the wall stuff, I find. And Instagram and TikTok, those are where people want to see. It's where people want to see more ambitious work. There's also the fact that like on YouTube, doing extension, uploading it every 2 days, helps me stay consistent, and that is something the algorithm appreciates a lot. Whereas, you know, someone like TM or kind of the, I'm kind of like blanking on some altruist names, but the altruists who do like one amazing card every week kind of a deal. The algorithm might not appreciate that as much. Just trying to find them identically, yeah. Well, one thing I will say is YouTube takes a huge cut of membership, right? So like YouTube takes like 30%. If you charge like a $10 membership or whatever, YouTube is taking $3. And that's kind of crazy, right? That's part of the reason I opened up my Shopify. I did open up an Etsy at the same time, but I'm never going to advertise the Etsy, right? Because Etsy takes a big fee too. And frankly, like, after a lifetime of being a wage slave and still am, I don't really want to just hand companies money for my hard-earned work, right? None of us do. I don't know how much Patreon takes, but I'm sure it's less than 30%. But yeah, I feel like probably I shouldn't be talking about that. Or rot-roll raggy. But I mean, it's not like it's hidden information, right? Anyone with Google could probably find that. How'd this little dot happen? That's kind of ticking me off. I bet it'll cover real nicely. Beautiful. But yeah, all these companies want to have their fingers in your pockets. It's criminal. In a just society, it would be like illegal, but we do not live there, my friends. Ding, 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 ring a ding, ding, ding a ding. All right, late night chat wants you back. Get in there, slugger. All right. Well, you know, the progress is slow on this end, but if I do manage to finish up, I do have like a video I have to upload for tomorrow and edit still. So I'll get in there when I'm editing, whenever that is. Probably be late at this rate. Alright, so now we're going to go in with the purple. And fade that the opposite way into the green. Oops. Uh-oh, I'm hating it. Alright, let's just give it a chance. Give it a chance. I think I might have to end up like speckling the green back on top. I'm hating it. Maybe tappies instead of swipies. Maybe more blue. Yeah, if I go into like quiet mode, probably at like the 10-hour mark or whenever my girlfriend starts snoring, so I don't pick that up on the mic. I'll go into quiet mode at some point and then join in the conversation like last time. Gosh, what am I doing? It looks like doggy doo-doo. Alright, we're not going to smear for now. More blue. More blue. We needed to have more contrast with the pink. That's what's going on, I think. Interesting. This is not going how I planned it at all. Okay. That kind of worked a little bit. Okay, here we go. Seeing a little bit of success here. Interesting. We're at a difficult part of the artist's journey here. The area of self-doubt. We just gotta keep going forward. That's all there is to it, really. Have committed to doing this stream, and I will do this stream. Oy, oy, oy. This one's kind of tricky. Let's get rid of that line there. Anything else we'll figure out as we go. But the line shall not be allowed to continue. Here we go, here we go. I think I'm gonna have to like fade into this original pink and then respeculate it in along the edges. Would be the wisest move. Keep it looking good. I think that's a game plan. Fading into our pink, pink, pink. And we can speckle the pink back on top. It's very lightly when we get there. And I think this might just be like a trick of the brain that it looks green, but because I put that green down, it will have some green undertones. So whether it's a trick of the brain or reality, we will get there. It just might take a little while. Lovely stuff. Lovely, lovely stuff. Here we go. I keep telling myself it looks lovely till that is the truth. We're manifesting this altar. One brush stroke at a time, we'll get there. I guarantee it. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So one thing I didn't do before this was like make a YouTube community post. I've done that for all my streams in the past. I just wanted to test if it had like a outsized effect on kind of the attendance, how many people pop by. Because if it's like effective, then I want to keep doing it. If it's not effective, then I can kind of cut that out, and then it just reduces like the spam that people receive for being subscribed. Nobody wants to get spammed. But if people find it helpful and they show up and they like it, then that's good. That's good. We're at a very experimental stage. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to achieve the effects I'm going for here. But we are kind of getting some of these rimmy kind of lighting bits. It's just not as smooth and clean as I would hope, but we can always add the lines back in, do some really kind of like tactical speckling of pink. Right now it's all about getting these gradients right. And like each of these like little lines has its own kind of gradient in it, unfortunately. And I did commit to trying to emulate that, so so we will make it happen one way or another. I might do it in a not so efficient way, but we'll get there. Just scrumbling my way over this hot pink. Hot pink. And I've got my green undertones, my purples, my pinks. We got everything we need. A little smear action here to get a nice fade. My brush is out of paint. This is probably going to be the trickiest part of the whole shebang. There's some parts where it's like there's way too much brush strokes going on, fortunately. I think once I hit the 1, I'm going to go back in and soften up all the strokes and hope that my paint isn't too set by that time. You can also just apply it a little wetter here. That's pretty typical for Rebecca and Sam Guay, to work in a kind of like watercolor style. So maybe instead of trying to fight that, I just embrace it here. Try to get in the mind of the original artist. Oopsie doopsies. Yeah, maybe I should have just did it like this to start with. Just watercolor over the whole thing. And then just like be confident this strong pink will remain solid. Yeah, actually I think that looks a lot better. And it was a lot quicker too. way to go. Well, maybe not. Some of these areas are remaining very green. I just want more of a green undertone. Tricky. Of course, everybody's showing up during the trickiest part. Come on. Should have been here when I was painting the clouds, going la-di-da-di, we like the party. Paint no clouds and hurt nobody. But now we're in the thick of it. In the thick of it. Okay. Can you hear my dog burrowing in her bed? She's trying to be comfortable. She's trying to get comfortable. Wow. I'm really coloring my pink, but not this green here. Let's go back in and add some top of my green. This is going to be one heck of a cleanup job once I get around to that. 8 cards that I've kind of like painted really loosely over all my lines. It's going to be one heck of a cleanup job. That part I'm not live streaming because I need to get close to the cards to see the fine ass lines. What's going on, Libby? Not lying in your bed, are you? Yeah. Let's get rid of this green. First couple ones, my now blue was more purple, I think. That's what I'm looking at. I'm sorry if I was a little off center on my wheel positioning. It's kind of a lot to keep track of. Okay. Here I'm just gonna over all this kind of pink stuff here. I'm just going to apply like a wash to help get rid of a bunch of these brush strokes that I don't like the look of. Then after that, after like this next round of washes, I'm going to go back in, put my fine lines back in, and then really start to hone in on each section here. Hopefully things start making a bit more sense at that point. This one still has a lot of those green undertones peeking through. Tricky. Not to sound crude, but I think my dog let one rip. I'm smelling a smelly smell that is quite smelly, unfortunately. There we go. Some of these are looking a lot better than other ones, I will say that. It's kind of always the case when I'm doing this. And then it's all about kind of like touching them up and getting them all to a similar place. Oh, we're almost back to number 1 already. Look at that. This washing went pretty quickly, frankly. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm kind of like at a loss here. Let's get some of this. Should be a little bit green in here. So it's kind of a trick of the eyes, which it might be. Okay, let me think here. I think I should probably put in my lines. Gosh, this is a tough part of the journey here. Alright, I'm going to mix a dark purple and I'm going to make some dark purple lines. Just feels like it'll be a little less intrusive than if I make them black. I don't think they are black. Let me see, I have my handy dandy copy I can look at closely. Maybe I'm just seeing too much color. It looks like it almost just grays out a little bit. I could do that. Let me take a look. The lines definitely don't look purple. Either way, let's mix the paint with the brush we're going to use. The finest brush I have available at the moment. What is this giving? It's definitely giving blue. Now it's a turquoise. Now we should be in the green territory. I'm going to darken that down. So that's kind of like a grayish color. Doesn't sound very appetizing, but we'll see. This might be like the part that like causes me to lose my mind. What is this, barf? Ah yes, the color colloquially known as barf. You go into Home Depot and you say, "Can I get a gallon of barf, please?" I'm gonna have to get in the shot, unfortunately, I think. This is gonna be brutal. Let's see here. Can you see my head? I hope not. Is this making sense? Maybe. Basically, my line should be in front of the pink. But then about halfway through, they switch up. This part is tricky. I feel like usually I keep it like calm as a cucumber, but this part is difficult. Out here just making a line, stressing. Oh, line goes behind the pink, silly. I don't think I have quite hit the brief, but I'm going to have to get as close as we can before we start experimenting some solutions. Some parts of it look like decent, and then some parts are a little off, you know? Sorry for the ambulance ambience. It's a downtown living. This is a tricky part. Why is it so difficult? I just want to have some fun with my paints. Okay. The only way out is through, I'm afraid. Thicker than I had hoped. Just need to keep my brush like super full of paint so that the tip is nice and juicy, I suppose one might say. If I try to put much pressure on, that's when I get these kind of thicker, less nice lines. Start off really clean on this side, and then things went a little wacky tobacky over here. Oh, it's such a shame. I made such beautiful clouds and it's all falling apart. It's alright, pull yourself together. We'll get there. What am I looking at? Looking at this as a line, and then maybe this as a line. Oops, that's way thicker than I wanted. Damn it. Sorry for anyone tuning in, I'm usually more chill. These lines just got me tripping. I was vibing with the clouds earlier, but now I'm doing lines. Sheesh. wouldn't be so bad if after every line I was like, wow, that looks awesome. I'm like, wow, I need to do a lot of work to fulfill the brief on this one. We'll get there. We'll get there. Just need to speckle in a bunch of pink on the inside of the lines. And a really unsaturated green as well. I think the purple kind of base is a good starting point. So we've got that going for us. I think I'm probably going to need to clean this brush out pretty soon. It's starting to get a little crusty. Yeah, I think it's time. This is, oh my gosh. Yeah. We got a problem here. Breaker, breaker, we got a problem here. Just because there's so much like paint in the brush, but it's all dried up in there. So I need to reactivate it and really pull it out. That's why it was getting so funky on me. My lines were slowly getting uglier. Just swishing it around. We're officially at 8 hours live. Pretty kooky. Once this top part is through, like, the joy will return to me. I'm just cleaning my brush like this right now. I just go until it stops being like foamy, right? Soapy. Oof. It's kind of got quite the angle of it now. Alright, we ball. Alright, back to our lines. Oh, that cleaning helped a lot, frankly. This is a line right here. This kind of a line. Okay. This looks really ugly at the moment, but we'll fix that up. This one I don't think I'll do that outside line. Already looks good. This one might be a nicer one. It's kind of already fulfilling the vision on that side at least. making like amazing pace on this altar till I hit this top part. I just noticed you can't really even see what I'm doing at the tops of the cards. Let me see if I can just pull the wheel down a little. My apologies everybody if you're watching. Okay, I pulled the wheel down a little bit. It looks like it recentered that. My apologies, that sucks. What an L viewing experience. And it's either my wheel shifted like up a little bit, so like my camera catching the magnifying part wasn't catching the top. I don't know what exactly happened, but it was not good. Lines are driving me up the wall, frankly. It's hard to think of anything to say while I'm painting these mind-numbing lines. Oh man, that was too thick. Keep going, we keep going. Almost back around to 1. And once that happens, the lines are in place, we don't have to think about them. Then we'll just be making it look good by whatever means necessary. Add an extra line in there. I'll just make it look a little nicer. Alright, let's see here. Line here, line here, line up here. Line me up, fam. I'm almost done painting lines for a minute. Actually, it looks like I already painted these ones. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. My brush just has it like that for a moment, and it's gone. It had like one bristle just loaded with paint that was hitting the perfect line. Me and Marco Ruzzo. Okay. Very brief mute of my microphone to go use the washroom. I will clean this up first so the paint doesn't dry on my brush. Cleaning my brush. Clean my brush. Cleaning my brush. Clean my brush. I'm just gonna rub that on my palm a little bit, just like that. Ooh la la. Man, those lines did number on my brush. It's so crooked. Alright, quick pause. A mute, actually. Hey, Rob, how's it going? Sorry, I was on a bit of just a tiny little break to go get a drink of water and clean some stuff up. How you doing? Okay, I think I want a stiff brush. And I've got the stiffest brush around. It's not a euphemism. Just a very stiff brush here. You can probably hear it. And I'm going to start speckling some green in the back of the lines. Some of this kind of hard green. Let me just test here. Okay, that's a lot bigger than I'm trying to get. Let me try and brush a bunch of the color off here. Kind of a dry brush kind of situation. This could be time consuming. I might have to try a different brush. Oh yeah. Not this guy. Let's see, what else do we have here? I think actually like a really cheap kind of Garbo brush might be the way to go for this. Oh yeah. It's pretty big though. So do I have a small Garbo brush? Or what if I use the kind of this Q-tip thing? Sorry, we're at a very experimental phase in this process. At least these hard edges, that's not gonna work. What other kind of... These brushes are so funny looking. What is this from? Let's see here. I don't know. Because I gotta get in these little spaces. That's way too big. Alright, what else do I got? This brush has seen some better days. Okay. Yeah, this might be it. Let's give it a go. So in the back, kind of we're stippling in some green here. Needs to be a lighter green than that. In the back of each line, kind of some green. I'm also going to kind of cut into my line a little bit there. That way, it'll kind of like thin my lines out. I don't want to be perceiving them too much. Oops, sorry, I was a little off center on my wheel. Now once I do this, I'll go back in and I'll stipple the light pink back in close to the lines. That should give us kind of a rim lighting of these greenish, purplish hued challenge that we've been facing. Nothing would make me happier than moving on from this part of the card. I knew this was going to be the hardest part, but it really threw me through a loop. Down here, let's greenify this. Hello, brush. I'm looking for you to apply some color. That wouldn't be asking too much, I hope. Okay. I need to really suck the water out of this brush. I'm sure that sounded good on the microphone. Then get some color back on it. Yeah. Okay. This will work. Where was I? Looks like I was about over here. Oh yeah, so I was trying to get this part to stipple up. My dog is off to go lay on the couch. I must have been bothering her with all my talking this late at night. What a shame. Well, it sounds like she's going to get a drink of water. I don't know if you're still in here, Rob, but do you know me in real life by chance? I have been called Seabass on occasion, but not by many people, I must say. I don't think there's a long list of Robs that I know. I could be wrong about that, though. There could be some hidden Robs out there I've forgotten about. Yes, Libby, hello. Lay down. Take a rest. No one's asking you to hang out. You can just take a rest. My dog always gets concerned when I stream. Wondering why I'm yapping so much. Oops, didn't mean to cover that up so much. That's quite a tricky stage of the process here. But we just gotta keep in mind it'll be all worth it once it's looking gorgeous. And we have to trust the process. I really need to try to soften these lines up a little bit though. It's a lot harder than the original lines in the piece. But we'll get there. Definitely getting some similar kind of shading effects, which is making me happy. 'Cause for quite some time this whole part of the card was looking like complete dopey. Sorry if all this stippling is doing a little bit of a wiggle on the camera. There's no avoiding it. One, because I have no other way to set up the camera, and two, because I must stipple to achieve this effect. Alright, especially here. Get out of there. A little hair. I don't think that's from my brush. Might be from my eyebrow. I'm losing eyebrow hairs over here. Just gonna lightly kind of like stipple over the whole thing, because I'm gonna reintroduce the pink after this, but this is also gonna kind of push these lines to the background and kind of thin them out a little bit. One thing is stippling kind of like, it's weird with the paint, because it's like a lot of paint gets in your brush, but not a lot of it moves anywhere. It kind of starts soaking in there. Eventually it like dries out. So you gotta reawaken it by wetting your brush, but then you gotta dry your brush back out, or else you can't stipple. Alrighty, back at it, and I'm not trying to get brush strokes and all that. I'm really trying to get this like little points of color. I'm also being pretty loose with it because I do want to cover up these lines a little. They're like far too thick for what I'm going for. But we need that purple in the back to be shining through as well. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, mama. Oh, that's getting a little better. We kind of nuked our purple a little bit. Here we have to be more, what's the word for it? Intentional. Getting rid of that bit of line that's a little too sticky outy. Really professional term, sticky outy. Now this time I think I went a little too green with it. We'll see. Let me just reintroduce my purple a little bit here. There we go. It's weird because it's like a purpley greeny hybrid, really. Those are two very strange colors to be like next to each other. It really messes with the eyeballs. And then the bright pink highlights really mess with the guy. Okay. I feel like that's a pretty good base on this one for like the next step. So I think I want to go back and emulate what I was doing there. Just being a lot more liberal with my application of this green. Especially in covering these lines up. Lovely, lovely. Lovey-dovey. Alright. I'm just going back and fixing a few of these here. Thinning down these lines. It's kind of a strange combination of green, purple, and pink all kind of playing with each other up here in a strange way. Alright, I'm going to do a brush stroke over this line just to fade it a little. Damn. It's a stubborn line. Get, I say, get. There we go. Then this one. I say, get. That helped. Helped a little too much. The line just straight up disappeared on me. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Alright, any other pesky lines we want to nuke? Let's get them down. See, if you can't paint a fine line, just erase it. Just cover it up with something else. Now I could paint a fine line, but right now my phone is in the way of where my head would be if I was trying to paint a fine line. Just makes it a little bit tricky. Alright. I know we just cycled through a bit of them, but that's because I backtracked. I kind of found something that was working, and I applied it to the other ones. I'm just going to speckle right on top of the line to try to thin it out a little bit. And we've got this kind of like edge of green. Then I'll speckle some purple lightly in the middle. And then those pink highlights after that. And then we will be getting the effect that we're looking for. My brush is going through it. I should have found an even more beat up one. This one had a little juice in it, but after the speckling, I think it's going to be good night for this brush. Well, it is what it is. The large abundance of green that I mixed is ending up being pretty helpful though. I didn't think I would use it this much, but here we are. This line's gotta go. And I'm actually like taking away a lot of the saturation of color here, but that's a good thing. It's kind of like in the background, kind of grayed out up here. So we are trying to like replicate that. May not be going as smoothly as I hoped, but that is the goal. Too much water in the brush. I need to get my handy dandy paper towel. Soak that water out of the brush. I just want paint in the brush right now. I'm gonna raise my hand so I'm not bouncing the camera so much. I'm really trying to keep this watchable, you know? Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. Okay. Bang, bang, bang. First, like, couple dabs after reloading the brush go so nicely, and then it falls apart very quickly after that. Maybe not falls apart, but not nearly as effective as those first few dabs. Okay, that line is already pretty diminished. Pulled down into there. Almost looks like it has a warm, like, reddish hue, but I think that's the pink. I think it's like the pink contrasting with the green. So I need it to be more green. That way it can get kind of that glow to it. Especially down there when it's got the original card to go off of. And up here it can look a little different, doesn't have to be exactly the same. But where you're directly comparing it to the original work, it needs to be solid. Right now I'm trying to get my lines to be thinned out. I'm setting down some green tones. And I'm going to put some purple back over top, and then I'm going to get that pink kind of rim lighting going on. That's kind of my order of operations. And I'm really hoping this produces the effect I'm looking for, which is to mimic the original card, right? A lot of times that's what I'm going for. Whee! Just a couple more, I'll be back at 1. That'll be nice. I really need to pull this green down into here, I do believe it's kind of like that contrast between the pink and the green that's making this kind of like really nice popping speckly effect down here. Just kind of painting a whole bunch over where these lines are looking a little too strong. I need to fade them into the background a little. I'm going to be going over the whole thing with a layer of purple we'll get there. But I really need these lines to soften up. Just like that. I feel like we're slowly getting there. Once I do the purple and the pink layers, it's gonna, I think it'll finally look the way it ought to be looking. Got a lot of paint in my brush, but it's not really activated, so I gotta hit it with a bit of water. I'll leave it wet for just a second to just straight up paint over that line a little. Now I'm going to just suck the water out of my brush. I'm going to reactivate my paint. There's a lot of paint in my brush, it's just drying out, right? Reactivate it, dry off the water. And I'm just seeing if it can speckle or if it's too wet right now. Just squeezing out the water. Yeah, we're kind of back in business here. It's going to be still a little wet. I paint a little liberally, so I'm just going to use that to my advantage and cover the lines with it for now. That's it, cover that line. Cover my line, I'm going in. And this side is having a lot of good contrast between the green and the pink. Weird because there's like a little bit of purple in there too. So getting the balance between the pink, the purple, and this kind of like tealish green is pretty tricky stuff. But we'll get there. Trust the process. We'll get there all right. Sorry if I was a little out of frame on that one. Let me get just a sip of water here. Alright, hour 9 of painting is approaching in about 10 minutes here. So that's kind of exciting. Been a pretty good painting stream. After this, I do have to edit a video that I'm going to upload tomorrow for 10 a.m. So this could be a long haul night. Even when I turn off the stream, just know that means I'm probably going to go put in, you know, another hour and a half of work on editing, recording voiceover, and uploading a short for tomorrow. So if you do end up seeing that, you can know that I edited it like hours before it went up. Tomorrow I have Calimax, I think is his name. Right? Calimax Stormlord. Something like that. Let's see here. I'm looking at my cards. Uh-oh. Don't tell me I misplaced them. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Chandra's regulator, kind of foil altar. Where is my storm dragon elemental dinosaur? This is the last wheel I did. Fairy's time twist. I know it's not in focus, but Reggie. I don't even have all my footage recorded yet. Oh, here he is. Calamax, a storm survivor. So that's the one that's going up tomorrow. Big dragon guy. Oop, it's a little off center here. There we go. So yeah, I need to record the final shot of that and edit my footage of painting that card to go up for tomorrow. We are scrumbling our hearts out here. This down a little bit, a little larger than I intended, that line. As I said before, I need to get some green in here so that the pink can contrast with it. Maybe even a slightly darker green I have on my, that's more bluish actually. Do not love that. What is this? This is more bluish too. Like I love water in my brush. The paint's gonna come out very fast here. This isn't a good time to be stippling. I'm just using it to really push down the weight of these lines here. I won't push down a little too much. Just like that. There we go. Lovely. Right, now I can get a bit of water out of my brush so I can go back to stippling. Purposely going over my lines to thin them down. A lot thicker than the kind of the background ones. put this pink in the wrong spot on this one. Pink should be behind the line, not in front of it. No, yeah, pink should be behind the line. Okay. Some of my lines are still a little too heavy on this one. Let's thin them down. There we go. Lovely stuff. This one's like really green. Really like the first one I did, I kind of screwed it up a little bit. But we're gonna fix it from the place where I screwed it up right now. So now we're shifting gears from dabbling on this green. Now we're going to dabble on the purple, kind of next to it. So I'm going to need to mix up more of this purple. That needs more blue to it. Gonna have to put some Prussian blue down, mix it into that purple. Okay. I don't want this to be like super dense color-wise, so I'm gonna mute it with a little bit of white. Not too much though. A little bit more. Okay. All right, so should be green, kind of close to the line like that. And then our purple. It's applying pretty thickly. We need to thin down a little bit. Yeah, it's just kind of painting and not really. Yeah, the purple comes in behind the pink. I think I'm going to paint the purple like pretty up close to the lines here. And then I can redo my pink over top. No real purple down on those ones. The ones that are close to the sky. Okay, it's going to be the pink. The last layer of pink is going to tie it all together. You just have to wait for it. Just have to be patient. Good things will come. that up, I'll go a little further down with the purple. Now we're really bumbling through this whole phase. Flying by the seat of our actual pants here. But I have faith that we're getting there. It's starting to look correct to me, at least. This one, though, this one needs some work. The colors are just too stark on that side. This one's looking good. This one's gonna really pop once the purple's in here. For sure, I can tell already. Purples in. Lord, I was born a scrambling man. I know it's called like stippling, but I like calling it scrumbling. It's my new thing. I'm not like other painters. I'm a scrumbler. My brushes experience a major schism. I'm gonna have to take a little. Well, it's actually like really good for doing this, to have it all janky. The whole point of this is to introduce a whole bunch of texture to the card. Not like raised texture, like making it thicker, just perceived texture. Could you hear that? My stomach growled. Oh, this stippling makes a guy hungry. Now I think when I move into the pink, the biggest thing is to not make it too bright. Not put too much white in there. It's tempting because we want to pop, right? But if I go too white, it's not going to look good. I think kind of like the dark colors, they'll have lots to pop with. I don't have to make it super bright to make it pop. But yeah, I'm really starting to see this like purposeful kind of gradient appearing between the greens, the purples, and some of that leftover pink from my other kind of cracks at it. But yeah, my other cracks at it, the colors were far too flat. Didn't have much life to it. That's why I have to go in with this texture kind of dotted in. It's kind of like giving a gradient via, what is the word? Like halftones almost. It's like we've got halftones of like the green and purple fading it, and then the pink will be on top of the purple, which would give us like a pink purple halftone fading into the bright part of these ridges, whatever the heck this is. Whatever the heck this is. But like, even though I'm going to put pink back here, I really have to kind of cover that a little bit up, because the pink I'm putting back has to have this texture too. Can't be like a flat section of pink, or the effect's not going to work. How do I know? Well, I tried it that way before and it didn't work. Now we're like an hour into doing it quote unquote the proper way, or at least the way that I have a high confidence will work and achieve the effects we're trying to get here. One part of my palette. Sorry if I'm bouncing the camera. I have to like float my hand. Stippling, stippling. Once this top part is done, once top done, I am going to be so happy, so ready to move on. Oh, my pinky feels funny. I think I lost the feeling in my pinky. This is the one that I unfortunately painted like backwards. So we'll see what we can do to fix that one. Okay. Let's see here. A little bit of green on this edge. I'm just gonna go see anywhere I need some green before I put in my pinks. This teal color. It's not quite green. It's very teal. first time I went around, I just I tried smearing kind of to make this fade, but it's clear that it's kind of like more of a stippling effect. I was trying to kind of shortcut it with my new technique, but I ate some crow because of that. Is that the right way to use that phrase, eating crow? More like your own words rather than your actions, I feel. Could be wrong. Don't know. Head empty, paint card. It's just that the purple is like so good at like covering that I need to put some green back in. There we go. And the green also kind of like washes it out a bit. These colors aren't like super dense in here, right? The green is really good at washing out the colors, which sounds like it should be a bad thing, but that's what's going on in the piece, right? So that's what we do. Like this piece has plenty of vibrant colors, right? Rebecca Gui, Sam Gui. Clearly they know what they're doing. And it's, you know, it's very alive. You just need to kind of replicate the way it's alive, which is the tricky part. Shouldn't be pink on this side of the line, that should be green. Wonderful, things are shaping up. Wonderful, wonderful. When I finish this rotation, just gonna stand up for a brief moment. Don't want to sit too long. Whether you're painting, typing, playing games, always good to get up for a moment. You don't have to do anything special, you don't have to stretch it out. Just stand up, walk around a little bit. That's what I'm going to do here in a moment. This has been a long stream. We're at 9 hours and 17 minutes. It's kind of a little bit of a marathon, right? That's a full day's work plus some. Of course, people work longer than 9-hour days, but you know what I mean. Okay. Alright, gonna just quickly mute the stream, get up, stretch, pet my dog, that kind of stuff. It'll just be a moment. at it. Alright, here is the money maker moment. We are going to be stippling in some nice pink. I'm going to clean this brush out because it's got a lot of purple and green still in there. So I'm just going to use this. This is just some makeup brush cleaning liquid. I'm going to try and do it quietly. My girlfriend's asleep. That's looking pretty clean. Gonna rinse it out. And then I'm gonna use my brush soap really quick. Wow, look at how that blue basically like dyes the bristles. It's crazy. It must be like super fine blue pigment or something, because I'll clean it like this and the bristles will just like never go back to white. They just stay like blue forever. And it's clear I got like all the paint that will come out. But yeah, I think blue pigment is just so strong that it dyes the bristles. I just do this until it stops foaming up. Look at that meaty hand. I got big hands for someone who paints small lines. Okay. This is the tricky thing. I don't want to go too bright with my pink, and I don't want to dull it too much either. I don't want to go too white. So let's see what we can come up with here. Also, I need a good chunk of it, so I do want them all to look the same. Now, let me consult my spare card here. Just gonna look at it closely. It is pink. There's almost some like gray right beside it. Some light. This is the part where that top finally comes all together, all that hard work of scrubbling and scrabbling around. And hopefully it all just turns out beautiful. Let's see here. That's so much. I feel like I want to add. What can I add to soften my pink up a little bit? Do I dare add black to such a light pink? Just a tiny little bit at a time here. I feel like that's enough already. Okay. Here it goes, nothing. Ah! Oh no. It's not a good start. My brush has so much paint in it right now. I need it to be dry. Dry, I say. Okay. all this speckling behind our little lines too. Now I faded them, they might be hard to see, but they're still there. And this has to stay behind them to be effective. Now some of the cards still have like some of our pink highlights from before, which is fine. Definitely seeing some like dots, so maybe I pull up a bit of paint, try to reduce the appearance of those little dots. I know this isn't the most wondrous camera work going on. But I'm really trying to get this just right. This top part has been such a labor. Oh my gosh. Gosh dang. This pink is very tricky to apply. It's like such a higher contrast than the other colors were to each other. This card looks like a beautiful base for it though, I must say. I'm excited to do this one. My brush has a lot of paint in it. I think I just gotta swirl it around a little here. Now it's got a lot of water in it, so let's squeeze that out. Let's get the hell out of there. Now let's go back in. Make sure we're in stipply mode here. Trying to angle the brush. It's getting all wacky because of the stippling, but I want to use that wackiness to my advantage. Make like lines with it. contrast of the pink right next to like the hard lines. Makes the lines pop out even more, so that's why I had to, you know, stipple it on top of all those lines and really mute them down. Because now they're kind of popping back out now that the pink is right on top of them. Sheesh, this part is intense. I know it's probably so boring to the viewers, but for me, I'm like sweating bullets. Ah, don't do that. No. I bring out the big boy brush to loosen that up. And this is like Mr. Bristles. Very hard brush, very good at getting paint off of cards. Not very good at putting paint onto cards because it's very good at getting it off. But always comes in clutch. You gotta analyze your team and play to their strengths, you know? Okay. A little bit of water. Get my brush back in the shape here. You have some like fine lines we're going to be stippling in here. There's one. There's two. There's the last of them. For this card at least. We're at 9 hours, 36 seconds. Wondrous, all those lines were magic right there. That's exactly what I'm hoping to see. Too much paint on the brush. Paint on my hand that I'm going to put on a card. trying to shape my brush to be nice and flat so I can apply the paint in this tight space here. My toothpick. Stuff is like constantly falling off my desk. I just gotta put my arm in like so many random positions. It's bound to like bump stuff and move things. I think I want to get more into this part here. I'm in the zone. Don't let me into my zone. Don't let me into my zone. Don't let me near a calzone. Call me Ben Wyatt when I get close to them calzones. Looking good, baby. Looking good. Lovely. I think after I do this part, maybe I work on the like time wheel thing. That'd be kind of fun. We'll see. Definitely need to work on a fun part after all this speckling and gradienting 3 colors into each other repeatedly on 8 cards. I mean, really good practice, I'll give it that much. Speckle, speckle, speckle. Come on now. It's a hold down. Oh, my line kind of just up and vanished a little bit. still looks pretty decent. Heck yeah, this is going good up here on this side. Now this side is a little sus. Speckling in that pink, me boy. Sponge boy, me Bob. Oh, it's part of the night where I'm starting to lose my mind. And my viewers. Say it ain't so. Oof, that one looked good. This one, some of my lines I unfortunately painted wrong. So we're just gonna roll with it and say it's timey-wimey out there. Okay, that's it for the top part. I'm only going to fix a few minor things, one of which being on this card, the transition to purple. Both the pink and the green is rather lacking, so we'll fix that there. I'll fix it over here too. Alright, got the purple on my brush. I'm just going to look for places that need more purple. Here my pink kind of got everywhere and screwed up my lines. Over here that pink is too strong. My pink is too strong for your potions, ta-da. I'm going into battle and I need your strongest pink. My pink is too strong for you, painter. Now, hear me, shopkeeper. I'm going into battle and I need your strongest pink. I will accept nothing except your strongest pink. My pink is too strong for you. This one has a lot of green, so this one I can definitely blend in my purples some more. And my pinks are kind of like not very nice looking on this one, so let's stipple them back in a little bit. I'm right on the edge of that line where they ought to be. Here. Okay. Those are all the top parts. Wonderful, eh? So here we have definitely more of a reddish, a light reddish color. Those are going to be our little flowers. It's going to go into like here. And we're going to put the little green in between to give them the shapes. And down here, probably some more clouds or something. I don't know, something soft and kind of vibey. Maybe there are just some places I need to. I could honestly be at this all day if I chose. Alright, I think I'm gonna go into quiet mode. Been streaming like nearly 10 hours. My girlfriend's asleep. My dog is concerned. See this on the screen. Why don't we write it out a little nicer? How about that? Readjusting. Trying to find a black Sharpie here. There we go. name one in here. I'm gonna just turn off my music and my microphone, focus on finishing up, and just take it easy. It's been 10 hours of streaming, so we're gonna go into chill mode. Alters by alters, I'll watch if you want to, for sure.